Good evening, good evening, good evening, everyone. This is the City of Dania Beach regular meeting on July 7th. It is 7:01 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. City Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Mayor Davis.
Here.
Vice Mayor Salvino.
Here.
Commissioner Llewellyn.
Hold on.
Here. Commissioner Ramoli.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
City Attorney Bootsas.
Here.
City Manager Sosa Cruz.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much, City Clerk. And at this time, if we could all take a moment and bow our heads for a moment of silence. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. City Attorney, if you would please read our statement of decorum, and it is very important that everyone here listen to the statement of decorum read by our City Attorney. Please listen up.
Good evening, everyone. Individuals who wish to make any citizens' comments under that portion of the city agenda or who otherwise want to address the City Commission must first be registered with the City Clerk. The forms are available outside of the Commission chambers, and those forms must be given to the City Clerk before the meeting. All such persons must use the podium in the City Commission chambers. No more than one person at any time may address the Commission from the podium. Comments are only to be made to the City Commission as a whole and are not to be directed to the audience, city staff, or any individual member of the Commission. No individual shall make any slanderous or unduly repetitive remarks or engage in any other form of behavior that disrupts or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting as determined by the mayor. The mayor often allows applause during ceremonial or celebratory portions of the meeting, such as proclamations, presentations, awards, or public safety recognitions, as these are not action items and they are intended to honor individuals or events. To safeguard an orderly meeting and to preclude intimidation of speakers on agenda items or designated public comments, the mayor ordinarily precludes clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outbursts during these portions of the agenda. So there is no clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outbursts in support of or opposition to a speaker, or any remarks shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be permitted in the chambers. If any person's conduct, as determined by the mayor, is found to be disruptive or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting, the person may be asked by the mayor to leave the commission chambers. If the person does not leave and the conduct persists, the city police department will request to escort the individual from the City Commission chambers. All cellular phones are to be silenced during the meeting, and all persons exiting the chambers shall do so quietly so as to not disturb the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney, and thank you, everyone, for adhering to our statement of decorum. Next, we have presentations and special event approvals. 3.1 is the Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization, Safe Streets for Broward, Safety Dashboard Demonstration, sponsored by Commissioner Llewellyn.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to call up James Cromer and Fazil Qureshi, correct? Okay. I was at my recent board meeting with the MPO. There was a discussion and a demonstration of the program that they have, where they basically load up information about various accidents across the county. And it's a very interesting tool that I wanted to share with you all, because it is something that I think would be, it can be helpful for potential future grants, things like that, that we might be able to apply for. So they are here tonight. I'll let you introduce yourselves and explain the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is James Cromer. I am a Deputy Executive Director at the Broward MPO, and Commissioner Llewellyn represents the city on that board itself. And today, I'm going to be very brief. We want to talk a little bit about the Broward Safety Action Plan. We call it BSAP for short. Our board approved that in February, and it includes recommendations for over 50 projects, different policies and programs. We also worked with your staff at the city level and had a couple of public meetings to discuss safety improvements for Sterling Road, and are hoping in the future that we'll have the support of the city to move those forward. Tonight, we want to present our safety dashboard. That's an important tool for all our partners here in Broward to use. As the commissioner mentioned, it can open the way for the city to pursue grants, have a concise source of safety information, and not have to expend a lot of resources to gather that information. And it's also a useful tool for the staff and for the citizens to understand better the safety issues that face Dania Beach on its roadways. Fazal Qureshi will give a presentation then about the dashboard.
All right. Good evening, Commission. My name is Fazal Qureshi, Senior Engineer at the Broward MPO. So as James Cromar stated, I'm going to quickly go over, one, how to access a dashboard, and then two, how to use a dashboard. So first off, there's two ways you can get to our website. One is by going to www.browardmpo.org, and you can scroll down to the Broward Safety Action Plan. Right here, it says Safe Streets for Broward. You can click on it, or you can go to Safe Streets, the number 4Broward.org, and it will take you to this landing page. So quickly on this landing page, as James stated, this was our action plan that was adopted in February of this year. On the home page, we have our safety action plan, as well as some of our resources that the city staff can use, that the citizens of Dania Beach can use. And there are additional plan deliverables here. These are not all of them. It'll take you to our archive resources site. Now the safety dashboard, if you go to the top, you click on safety dashboard. Once you land on this page, you will see a how-to video of how to use a dashboard. But good thing for everyone here, I'm going to quickly go over how to use it. And in case you have any additional questions after today's presentation, you can always access this how-to video. So once you scroll down, you will see this pop-up window be displayed. It gives you a little bit of information and a bit of an introduction related to the safety dashboard, how to use it, some definitions. And once you're done reading this, you can click close. You can always access that afterwards. So the safety dashboard, it is set up in a very specific way. So you will see on the top, there is a banner of different squares, like total KSI crashes, which is killed and serious injury crashes, bike KSI crashes, pedestrian, motorcycle, motor vehicles. Underneath it, you will find the fatalities and the number of serious injuries. That's the number of people that either unfortunately passed away or suffered a serious injury due to the crashes that are displayed above it. Now, for the easy sake of this dashboard, I'm going to click on 2024. We have data up till 2024. We will later on this year process and upload the 2025 data. All of this data is extracted from the Signal 4 database, which is the state of Florida's official police crash reporting database. And I will also click on Dania Beach. The cool thing about this dashboard, as you see, stuff starts getting updated all over the place. So all of these numbers are very current, related to the filters that are selected on the left side. All right. So once you get to the city of Dania Beach, you will find on the left side of the map a legend. So what you're seeing on the right side is defined here on the left side here. Now on the map itself, you will see that that doesn't look like there's a lot of crashes that are happening in Dania Beach. However, these are just the killed and serious injury crashes. If you want to see all of the crashes or the non-killed or serious injury crashes, you can zoom in. And you will see that there are some of these blue dots that start to appear. Each of these blue dots is a separate crash that occurred on a road in Dania Beach. So I will just zoom out of here. Okay, so on the right side, you will see a series of different graphs and charts. On the top are crashes by year, by month, and by time of day. So first off, you will see by year. You will then see by month if you click on this other tab. And you will see by time of day. For any of these statistics, you can also hover over any of these just to see what those specific numbers are if they're not displayed here on the graph. If you scroll down, you will see another series of graphs. So the one you see displayed right now are crashes by type. You will see posted speed versus number of lanes. You will see by who's the owner of the roadway, by roadway classification, and so on. I think the last one is functional classification. Oh, I accidentally skipped over it. All right, then once you go down on this, you'll also see there are other statistics that are shown here, such as aggressive driving, killed or serious injury crashes, or speeding, alcohol-related killed or serious injury crashes, or drug-related, hit and run, distracted driving. There's one more here. Red light running, killed or serious injury crashes, aging driver, and teenage driver. Now, here on the left side, there's those series of filters that I started out with. So you have the ability to utilize this map to see any type of information that you would like. There have been other safety dashboards that have been developed by our partnering counties. However, that information has been very limited to what you all are able to use it for. But we wanted to ensure that our safety dashboard can be used in any which way for any of the information that these crash data sets have available. There are some interesting tools here. For instance, if we go to, let's just go to Dania Beach Boulevard here. For instance, if you wanted to see from US 1 to Southeast 5th Avenue, how many crashes are occurring, you can click on this tool here on the top left. We have two different ways you can see the information. You can click on rectangles, which allows you to draw a rectangle around that area. And the cool thing is, all of the information will start updating. It does sometimes take a little bit, since it is a lot of information it's processing. So you're starting to see some of the graphs begin to update. You will also see if there is another area that doesn't quite fit within, a rectangle. You can also click on this lasso tool. It'll give you the ability to draw any particular area that you're interested in, and you'll see it'll undisplay all the other crashes that are not within that particular area. Over here on the right side, you'll see we have different layers. You can even see, maybe along a fixed bus stop, if there's bus stops in that area, where are the crashes relative to those. There's other layers that you can turn on and off at your disposal. You can also change the map. Pretend you want to see, it's like, oh, how does this look like in an aerial? It also gives you the ability to do that. And let's see here. Okay, so I'm going to switch it back really quickly to, let's just go to light gray, which is the one that was there before. All right, so this is one version of the information that can get displayed. Another version is if you want to click on heat map, and it'll show you all the hotspots for the particular year and the data set that you're looking at. You can also see it by crash type. If you wanted to see, what kind of crashes are prevalent in a particular area. These crashes aren't necessarily in the direction that they occurred. However, it'll give you somewhat of an idea at particular locations what are problems, and you'll see that the blue crashes are the killed and serious injury crashes, and then all of the red ones are the non-killed or serious injury crashes displayed. And if you want to go back to that About menu, which is that pop-up, you can click on About, and it'll provide you that information in case you want to revisit it. The other interesting thing is if you click on crashes here, we did decide to display some of the information regarding some of those crashes. There's no personal information on here, but it gives you somewhat of an idea about, the time of day the crash occurred. Like for instance, this one occurred on December 26, 2024 at 9:10 a.m. It'll give you some other prevalent information related to that, as well as some of the process information that the Broward MPO undertakes. And we hope this dashboard useful to you all. And that is the end of my demonstration.
Thank you for that very detailed demonstration. We appreciate it. Do we have any comments or questions from the commission? Very thorough. Thank you so much. We appreciate anything that brings safety to the city of Dania Beach. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So much.
All right, so then we will move on to item 3.2, fiscal year 2025 audited financial statements for our auditor update by our very own CFO. Well, introduction by our CFO.
Good evening, everyone. Jamie Guzman, Chief Financial Officer. I'm here to introduce you to Michael Guevara and Mark Grace. They are our auditors from Cedar and Cooperman to give us a brief audit update. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Commission. First, wanted to start by thanking you for the opportunity to be your independent auditors. A little bit of a tangent here. I actually grew up down the road in West Hollywood, and Dania Beach has a real special place in my heart. I grew up going to the pier, spending countless nights with my father down there, and also for some of you old heads here, Grand Prix Racerama is the original true place to be.
There you go.
So that being said, I'm just going to go through some small summary of what that large book contains, which is the ACFR for 2025. Based on our audits, we did provide an unmodified opinion for the fiscal year. The audit report can be found on pages 1 through 4 of the financial statements. Unmodified opinion is the highest level of opinion that we can provide, and that's the one that we can express under the accounting standards. As far as the financial results, the city provided within the statements schedules that demonstrate budgetary compliance during the fiscal year. Pension plans, the city met the required annual contributions on their defined benefit plans. And long-term debt, the city met its required annual debt service and financial compliance and covenants. In 2025, the city was notified that it received the Certificate of Excellence of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for its ACFR that was completed for September 30th, 2024. During this process, or during the audit for this year, we evaluated the ACFR that was presented, and we also feel that this year strongly it also can obtain that same certificate for 2025. In the back of the financial statements, you're going to find a couple of compliance reports that we issued as well. In accordance with the government auditing standards, we have issued a separate report on 2 vital functions of the city. Internal control over financial reporting, in which no matters were considered to be material weaknesses, and compliance and other matters in which the results disclosed no instances of noncompliance. Finally, you have a federal and state single audit that was performed, and we're happy to say that no issues with controls or compliance related to any grants that were audited were identified within that report. As far as responsibilities for communication, significant accounting policies, management is responsible for the selection and use of appropriate accounting policies, and you can find that within note 1 of the financial statements. No new accounting pronouncements, with the exception of what we consider to be GASB 101, which is compensated absences, were included for this year. So it's kind of a quiet year for those. In terms of transactions entered during the year, which lacked authoritative guidance, there was none. Let me continue on. Disagreements with management. This is again based on what the communication with governance is. There was no disagreements, and we encountered no difficulties with performing the audit. Wanted to take a moment to thank Jamie and her team. They did an excellent job. Were available to us at any time, and were very quick to respond to our requests during the audit. Do you have any questions for us?
I don't see any questions. Oh, yeah, hold on just a second. But thank you for that very detailed report. Commissioner Romoli?
Thank you very much for that report. When you do the audit, is there any recommendations you make to our city staff as part of the
Absolutely.
audit?
As a matter of fact, for this particular year, there were some IT recommendations that we made, and that was voiced to the finance director. And so those are actually, they were recommended in a prior year, and every year they get better and better. So the IT recommendations are being implemented as we speak, honestly.
Right, thank you.
Yep. as far as internal controls, there was nothing identified within the procedures that we had to identify any kind of flaws to report at this time.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I don't see any other comments from the commission, but thank you for your very thorough report and providing that audit update.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. A clean audit is a great thing, and thank you so much. All right, next we're moving on to item 3.3, which is the special event applications for the Rita Crockett Beach Sports Academy, a soccer tournament, and a volleyball tournament on July 11th and July 18th. Frankie?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, and all the visitors here. Frankie Lazo, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation. This item, we're bringing it forward. It's two special event applications in one. The reason we're bringing it forward is because they are requesting to sell alcohol, and that is the only reason. And it is for Rita Crockett Beach Sports Academy.
Thank you,
at Frost
Frankie.
Park.
Do I have consensus from the commission to move forward with this? Hold on, wait a minute. Commissioner Ryan.
I just have a question. We're allowed to drink alcohol in a public park?
For special events?
With the application.
With an application for a special event, yes. That's like how you do the motorcycle club and all that.
Okay. I'm fine with it.
Thank
Yes,
you.
and just as well, they use a caterer as well. So they have all the insurances and everything on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. I think Commissioner Ramoli.
And yeah, can we get an idea of what the alcohol is? Is it beer and wine? Is it mixed drinks? What's it going to be? Do we know?
I don't have the details, but we can get that information back to you guys.
Yeah, I have a concern for regular alcohol. Beer and wine is one thing. That's what we do at the motorcycle show, but I'd like to know more about what other alcohol products are going to be requested.
Okay. Yeah, we can get that information and bring it back to the city manager and then get it to you guys.
As long as that information is
It's July, it's
disseminated.
hot. I mean, it's alcohol and
Yeah, but if it's beer and wine like the motorcycle show, it's,
oh, I know, right? Okay, well,
but as long as you have the information, are you okay with that?
I mean, I'm not okay with alcohol or hard liquor, but I am with beer and wine.
Okay. So noted? Okay, do we have consensus? Thank you. Thank you, Frankie. We have consensus for the Rita Crockett Beach Sports Academy soccer and volleyball tournament. Thank you. And if we could just get that information to Commissioner Ramoli so that he has ease of mind. Appreciate it. And then next we will have item 3.4, which is a request for proclamation approvals by the city manager. Well, request for proclamation approvals. First, we have Parks and Recreation Month for July 2026, sponsored by me. So our Parks and Recreation, all right, let's get ready to celebrate our Parks and Recreation. Whereas Parks and Recreation create places where families gather, children discover new adventures, neighbors become friends, and memories are made that last a lifetime. And whereas the parks programs and recreational opportunities throughout Dania Beach inspire healthy lifestyles, encourage lifelong learning, strengthen community connections, and provide welcoming spaces where residents and visitors of all ages can grow and learn. And whereas Parks and Recreation play a vital role in enhancing the beauty, sustainability, and quality of life within our city while supporting local businesses, encouraging tourism, and contributing to a vibrant and resilient community. And whereas the city of Dania Beach proudly continues to in its commitment to investing in exceptional parks and recreational facilities, highlighted by the completion of transformational improvements at C.W. Thomas Park, creating new opportunities for recreation, wellness, community gathering for generations to come. And whereas the city remains dedicated to building upon the momentum through the continued implementation of the Parks Master Plan and future improvements that will expand recreational opportunities and meet the evolving needs of our growing community, And whereas the City of Dania Beach Parks and Recreation Department is proud to provide diverse programs and services, including youth sports, summer camps, aquatic activities, fitness and wellness programs, cultural events, senior programming, and community celebrations that bring people together and enrich everyday life. And whereas the mayor and city commission recognize and sincerely thank the dedicated parks and recreation professionals, volunteers, coaches, instructors, and community partners whose passion, creativity, and commitment make our parks welcoming places where everyone can play, connect, and belong. And whereas the Parks and Recreation Department is proud to offer programs and services that enhance the quality of life for residents and visitors, ensuring that Dania Beach remains an attractive place to see it, live it, and love it. Now, therefore, on the behalf of the City of Dania Beach, I, Joyce L. Davis, Mayor of the City of Dania Beach, do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Dania Beach and recognize the benefits derived from Parks and Recreation resources. Please give a round of applause for our Parks and Recreation Department. Please stand, everybody from our Parks and Recreation Department. Where's our parks? Our parks people are in the house. Look at them all around. They're here and they do a great job. Would you like to say a few words, Cassie? And we certainly want to take a picture. Our parks team is absolutely awesome. Awesome.
Good evening, evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, City Attorney, Cassie Warren, Director of Parks and Recreation. Without you all and without your support, we could not continue to grow and expand these programs, especially with this outstanding team. We got as many of them here as we could tonight, but the other ones that couldn't be here are likely at the sites working on programs for the community as we speak. But we're hitting record numbers, selling out programs, and we can't do that without your support and constant motivation to keep moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Cassie, and thank our Parks and Recreation Department. Come on up for a wonderful photo for Parks and Recreation Month. I think we'll stay up here, and then everyone else, all of our parks team, and see what. You don't have to even it out. A little more. All right. Okay. I think we're okay.
Professionals, you're even.
Are we even? Okay.
We're even.
Oh, hold on. Can you see? Oh, yes. No, I just was going to move it out of the picture way, but I don't think they can see.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. And then a few more. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you, Parks and Recreation. This one's next, right? Yep. Am I reading this? I'm reading it, and then I'll say something after you. Okay. Okay, next we have a proclamation request from the city manager and that we have approved, and this is a retirement proclamation. I think we're all a little sad, and we kept it off the agenda so you wouldn't know. Surprise. But to know him is to love him. I don't know, one of these people that works for our city that always super intelligent, but so funny. That is a rare combination, has a great sense of humor. Whatever you need from him, he's there for you. our very own Public Services Director, Fernando Rodriguez. So we are getting, not yet, Fernando. I'm getting ready to you have to sit and listen to all of this before you start. You got to listen to all of this appreciation. And I really want to thank our city manager for bringing this to me. When I read it, it touched me, and I believe that it will touch all of us. So, whereas Fernando Rodriguez, an Ivy League graduate of Columbia University, has faithfully served the city of Dania Beach for 7.5 years and has dedicated more than 40 years to public service, demonstrating exceptional leadership, integrity, professionalism, and commitment to overseeing the delivery of essential public services to our community. Whereas, during his tenure as Public Services Director, Fernando Rodriguez championed innovative initiatives, enhanced critical infrastructure, improved flood mitigation efforts, strengthened public services, and contributed significantly to the overall quality of life for residents and visitors, while fostering a culture of teamwork, accountability, and excellence among his colleagues and staff. Whereas Fernando Rodriguez's unwavering commitment to public service has left a lasting legacy within the city of Dania Beach, inspiring colleagues, mentoring future leaders, and earning the respect and admiration and gratitude of residents, elected officials, and fellow employees alike. And whereas upon his retirement, we recognize not only Fernando Rodriguez's many professional accomplishments, but also the kindness, wisdom, and generosity of spirit. And of course, his uniquely memorable sense of humor that have enriched our workforce and strengthened our community. Now, therefore, on the behalf of the city of Dania Beach, I, Joyce L. Davis, and the City Commission, Mayor of the city of Dania Beach, do hereby proclaim July 7th as Fernando Rodriguez Day. In the city of Dania Beach, and encourage all residents to join me in expressing our heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to Fernando Rodriguez for his 40 years of dedicated public service, and to extend our very best wishes and well-deserved retirement filled with happiness, good health, laughter, travel, and many new adventures. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Definitely, today is a bittersweet day. You know, I've known Fernando now for close to 12 years. Fernando started here in the city of Dania Beach in June 2019, and he's going to be retiring at the end of this month, July 2026. I've worked with Fernando almost 5 years in the city of North Miami Beach, where he was also Director of Public Works. For those that don't know, Fernando is the director of our Public Services Department. That's the department that oversees the water distribution, sewer, that oversees beach cleanup, the pier, that oversees streets, sidewalks, that oversees utilities, which includes all the drainage projects in the city, also oversees all the landscaping in the city, the signage, the BEAM team, which is the beautification team, the fleet maintenance of the city of all the vehicles. Fernando oversees close to 70 employees. Fernando is here when there's flooding. Fernando is here when there's any issue with lights, street lights. Fernando oversees pretty much everything that impacts our residents and our businesses. He's not only an incredible leader, he's also a close friend, someone that I speak to on a regular basis. On the weekends, holidays, Fernando will give me a call when he's in Europe just to see how the city is doing. So that's the kind of individual that Fernando is, the type of leader that every organization wishes they had. I've had the privilege, again, working with them in 2 cities and being able to call them my friend. So today we have another little crystal plaque that says, "With gratitude and appreciation, presented to Fernando Rodriguez in recognition of your dedicated service, leadership, and lasting contributions to our city." So I just want to say, Fernando, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for always bringing some humor to very serious and sometimes stressful environments. That humor is needed. We have a nickname for Fernando. We call him the Joker, just because regardless of how stressful the situation is, he has something funny to say. He lifts the spirits up because, again, he's been under so many stressful situations that he doesn't take it so serious, and he understands that we don't have to be stressed out in order to perform the job, regardless if it's in the middle of a night, pipes are broken, regardless if lights are out. We know what to do. We just have to do it. So that's the type of individual Fernando is. And again, I want to say thank you for everything, Fernando. I also want to bring up our Chief Human Resources Director, Linda Gonzalez, to say a few words. She's known Fernando for probably, what, Linda, 30 years, 40 years now?
Oh, wow.
So she's going to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, for those kind words.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk. So thank you for the opportunity to say a few words about my colleague, Fernando Rodriguez, who I know since 1992, almost 35 years. We've worked together in 3 cities, and we work hard as public servants, and I can tell you that Fernando is just a consummate professional, and just a few key words that come to mind when I think of Fernando, and I think our city manager said a lot of perfect things about him. For me, it's humility, which is such an important quality, approachable, and of course, the sense of humor, which we really need. So he's brilliant. I mean, he's an Ivy League graduate, but he is also, he can speak to anyone. He speaks to everyone, and one of the most important qualities is treating everyone as the human being that they are, and he's great at his job. As the Chief Human Resources Officer, that's just such an important thing, to recognize someone who has the ability to lead and giving 200% to this type of leader, not because you have to, because you want to, because you work hard when you come to work, especially the guys in public services. And Fernando's out there and he knows them and they respect him, and he makes your day. I mean, we try to plan lunches once in a while, him and I, just to go to lunch, and sometimes it's a month out. We can't find any time on the calendar to do that. But the day that I finally know, we're gonna have a lunch today, and we've been trying for 2 months, I know it's gonna be a great time. It's something to look forward to sit with a colleague, and yes, he can make you laugh. And he is a true team player. This is the guy who could stand up when we teach classes about what it's like to have teamwork and be a team player. And that doesn't mean you agree all the time. You have some hard conversations, especially the HR conversations, and we call him another nickname, the head shrimp. And I didn't know what the head shrimp was, but the Society for Human Resources Management, somehow he said, well, I'm part of shrimp. It took me a while to figure out what was he talking about, but I guess that's kind of his acronym, so we call him the head shrimp here. But it's been a privilege and an honor to work and know someone like him for so long, and know his dedication to public service, because as many public servants, this is an individual who could work anywhere, and he could have, but he chose to work in public service. He also worked in Jackson Hospital for a while, another public situation. But his friendship, his leadership, and his lifetime of service to the public sector is just incredible. I wish him He just got married, by the way, for the first time a couple years ago. I never thought he was going to get married, but he did a couple years ago. So now he has a beautiful wife, and he has a travel partner, and I know traveling is one of his favorite things to do. And I just wish him and his wife so much happiness and health. And I know he's always out there being healthy and exercising because he has to keep up with his job. But I hope he truly enjoys the retirement that he deserves. And I will really miss him.
We all will. Thank you. So at this time, one more.
Real quickly, I just want to briefly say thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Congratulations, Fernando, on a well-deserved retirement. What I'll remember most about you is your willingness to always give a helping hand. I thank you for the years of dedicated service to public services in the city, and I wish you good health, happiness, and many adventures in this next chapter. So thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk. Oscar Vasquez, also Public Service Director. Yeah. Fernando, I don't know if I say thank you or Houston, we have a problem. I just hear the mayor giving a beautiful speech and you set the bars. So I right now have a problem that I need to face, that is trying to fill that gap. So I'm gonna make it happen, I'm gonna make you proud, and you can be sure that your legacy is gonna continue and everything's gonna be in the right hands. Thank you for everything. I'm gonna miss your jokes, early jokes. Whatever you need me, you have my cell phone. Hopefully it's not like a speed dial, but I'm here for you. Enjoy your retirement.
All right, thank you, Oscar. That was beautiful.
Good evening. I just wanted to say a few words. Fernando is the happiest engineer I've ever worked with. Yeah. He's really been a pleasure to work with, and I'm very excited for your retirement in your future. So he'll be missed, though.
Very much. Thank you, Corinne. Commission, do we want to go ahead and keep the love going? All right. Commissioner Llewellyn.
Thank you. Oh, Fernando. I keep hearing the song in my head. Anyway, you know we're all going to miss you. You've always been one to jump in, roll your sleeves up, help out, do all the same work that everybody else is doing. And, it's a rare quality. We have a lot of people like that in the city, but you always, I've seen you do this since day one, since you got here. And we really do appreciate that. And always with a smile, always with a laugh. And that personality, man, I'll tell you what, we're going to miss that a lot. So you did a great job here, and we really will truly miss you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Llewellyn. Vice Mayor.
I won't miss you. I just throw it out there a little bit. Now, Fernando, I've been up here a long time, and every time I turn around and there's a problem that somebody would call me for, I'd call you, and you'd be on it right away. It's important that a director, that worked for the city responds to the needs of the public, and I just want to thank you for all the times you were able to respond quickly by just passing the numbers to you, and you handle it. So I just want to congratulate you on your retirement, and good luck to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Romoli.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo, Fernando, everything that everyone else has said. You have been a true professional, and every time I've called you and asked for information or help, you are a true professional and did it in a very, very fast and professional way. And I just want to thank you for that. And you deserve this. And God bless you, your wife, and safe retirement. Enjoy.
Thank you, Commissioner Romoli. Anybody? No. Okay. I think we've gotten it all. Oh, Commissioner Ryan, of course. I did. I almost forgot you. Commissioner Ryan.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I have to say something. Fernando, thanks for serving this community for so long. You've been a great asset to the city of Dania Beach. Always been spot on. Always stood up for the commission. anything that we asked of you, and you found the information if you didn't have it on you. And, you led your team with respect, with integrity, and good luck in retirement, my friend. It's been great knowing you, and I'm sure I'll talk to you after this. Take care.
I think that's it, except a special thank you for that landscaping master plan and how you take care of our beach. You know that it's still going, so making our city pretty all the time, and say thank you. All right, so I think it's, who? Oh, yeah, come on up. It's your turn to talk now. Let's just give a round of applause.
Good evening. No jokes. I'm gonna keep it serious, but not too serious. So I was gonna have to do a monologue, but I figured I don't want to get fired before retiring. So I may go Richard Pryor on you. No, just kidding. Thank you all for your kind comments. You're too kind. Thank you very much, my colleagues, commissioners, mayor. I wanted to just make a few remarks. I started for the city, working for the city about 7 years ago. It's really been a fantastic experience. It's been very enjoyable, but also at times very difficult. We had a lot of transition to the department. It's been professionally very rewarding and actually quite interesting, the 7 years, quite interesting. We've accomplished a lot together as a city, not just in public services, but I think we've accomplished a lot as a city over 7 years. And I cannot think of a better way to finish my career. I can't finish. This is the best way to finish is to go through a good 7 years like this. Obviously, I have many people to thank, so I'm going to keep it brief and kind of keep it generic, no names, because once you mention a name or two, there may be a couple of names, but not too many. So I start with my team, public services team. I got to start with them. They really make the department leadership, not only myself, but others at the top of the department, shine. They make us shine. The hard work that our team exhibits, the knowledge, dedication, everyone has to be thanked. I'll go briefly, field operations, the streets and landscaping folks, office administration, administrative staff, the project management team, facilities team, utilities, all fabulous crews, transit management, cemetery operations, our GIS coordinator. We have a full service team, and I have to thank all those functions, all those people, the leads, the staff in the field, working in the heat, toiling every day. I have to thank that public services team for the past 7 years. Of course, we have a great team also outside public services supporting us. A lot of them are here today. They said some very nice things. Human resources, of course, great support staff and great support always for public services. City Attorney's Office, thank you very much. Finance Department and Procurement, can't forget Procurement and Finance. We've also worked with community development quite a bit, and as well as the City Clerk's Office, so thank you, City Clerk's Office. And Parks and Recreation, and I don't want to forget fire and police. It's a different kind of relationship, but they've been very supportive as well. Can't forget the City Manager's Office. I'll make a couple of comments real quick about that. The leadership of the City Manager's Office and their guidance throughout my 7 years has been incredible. And I want to remind everyone, and Candido Sosa Cruz, your consistent support, you mentioned it as my friend and my boss, something that I'll always, Okay. And finally, there is the Mayor and Commission. I must thank you as well. As you said yourselves, we've had a really good relationship. Not only those of you sitting here, but some of you who are no longer sitting up there at the dais, former electeds, have always been very understanding, very supportive of public works, public services, that all have in public works. And I also, in speaking of people who are no longer here at the dais, I want to finish by just thanking former manager Ana Garcia, because she gave me a chance to join 7 years ago. So thanks to her, I'm standing here, so I have to at least mention her as well. So thanks everyone for the kind words. I appreciate it. Sorry I made it kind of lengthy, but I wanted to make it quicker. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Commission, if we could go down. Fernando, come back up for our photo. Yeah, the city manager. Wasn't gonna tear up until you did, but I was okay. But we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be all right. But thank you once again. Thank you, City Manager, once again for bringing that forward. And we love you. We're gonna miss you, Fernando. All right. And next we have our administrative reports, 5.1 by our City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, city staff, residents of the great city of Dania Beach. My name is Candido Sosa Cruz. I'm your city manager. I'm gonna keep the administrative report a little brief tonight. I want to start off by having a happy highlight here. The city participated in a city parade honoring resident Mr. John Holub. On Friday, June 26, city departments, including public services, community development, parks and recreation, law enforcement, and fire rescue, participated in a special vehicle parade in honor of a longtime Dania Beach resident, Mr. John Holub, celebrating his 98th birthday. Mr. Holub served our country in distinction for many years, including during the Korean War, before making Dania Beach his home in the 1960s. On behalf of the city of Dania Beach, we extend our sincere appreciation to Mr. Holub for his service to our nation and our community. We hope he enjoyed this well-deserved celebration, and we wish him a continued health and happiness. I also want to acknowledge absolutely, I want to give it up to Mr. Holub. I want to acknowledge again our BSO police officers for all the hard work that they continue to do, specifically on the Federal Highway Corridor. As mentioned at the last commission meeting, they conducted an operation that resulted in 26 arrests, including 23 arrests for solicitation of prostitution. They also were able to recover 1 firearm and impound 20 vehicles during that operation.
BSO, if we could take care of that. If you're speaking out of turn, you are in violation of our policy of decorum, and BSO does have authority to remove you, and I'm asking anybody who speaks out loud to be removed from the commission chambers. So we have a lot of people here, and we cannot have disrespect, and we must adhere to the decorum policy.
Also, during the month of June, the Community Development Department hosted 2 public art workshops, one at C.W. Thomas and one at P.J. Milley Park. Residents were invited to work directly with artist Sonata to create tiles that will be incorporated into the city's next public art installation titled Ocean in a Drop. These workshops provide an opportunity for residents to participate directly in the creation of a public art and further strengthen the connection between community engagement, creativity, and placemaking in Dania Beach. Under Parks and Recreation, IT Parker Community Center remains one of the city's premier rental facilities and continues to experience strong demand from the community. To date, this fiscal year, the facility has hosted 51 external rentals, 26 internal rentals, and 42 recreation programs, generating more than $73,000 in revenue. Our summer camp programming is also in full operation at all 3 recreation facilities. With the opening of this new C.W. Thomas Park facility, the site has emerged as the department's flagship summer camp location. Combined, the 3 campsites are serving 171 campers this summer, the highest enrollment in the department's history, and have generated over $82,000. The record participation in our summer camp program, together with the continued high demand for rentals and programming at IT Parker, demonstrates the direct impact of the city's investment in parks and recreation facilities. These accomplishments reflect the community's enthusiasm for high-quality recreational opportunities and the department's ongoing commitment to delivering exceptional program services and experiences that enhance the quality of life for Dania Beach residents. The city manager's recommended budget has been printed and distributed. Each one of the mayor, vice mayor, and commissioners have received a printed recommended budget from the city manager's office. This budget will be online tomorrow, where the public will be able to review it, and looking forward to our first budget workshop, which will be held August 4th. I also want to recognize and congratulate our procurement division for earning the 2026 National Procurement Institute Achievement of Excellence. That's a procurement award, a national procurement award. This well-deserved recognition reflects the team's dedication, professionalism, and continued commitment to transparency, accountability, and excellence in public procurement. So I want to congratulate Sasha and Aisha in the procurement division for winning this award. Definitely. And this is an update on the public services regarding the Southeast Drainage Project. The Phase 2 construction continues to progress at a strong pace, with substantial completion projected for the end of October. We're also working on Lift Station 1, 2, and 3 with the expected completion later this year. And one last note, which we discussed in the CRA, is we are supporting and sponsoring Fashion Week, this event during the summer on August 1st, and I'm requesting consensus from the commission to be able to place the city logo on the flyer. Do I have consensus from the commission?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, definitely. Okay, thank you. That concludes my presentation, Mayor.
Thank you so much, City Manager Sosa Cruz, for that very thorough report. And next we will have City Attorney, item 5.3.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Clerk, and everyone in the audience. No report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. And we will move on to City Clerk reminders.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is your last meeting for before your summer break, so enjoy your summer break. You come back August 4th for a budget workshop at 4:30 p.m., and then you have your regularly scheduled meetings to start back up again August 25th, starting with your CRA at 6 p.m. and your regular City Commission meeting at 7 p.m. Mayor, if I may, just for 1 minute, I have something that was requested by the League of Women Voters. They've requested to use City Hall chambers on July 22nd to host a Broward County Commission Candidates Forum. So they are making the request, and I just wanted to see if there was consensus from the commission for them to be able to use the commission chambers to host that event here. Is that okay?
Does anybody have any problem with that? No?
Okay, that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
We have consensus. Thank you so much, City Clerk. Hold on, Commissioner Romoli has a question.
Is that able to be televised on YouTube? I think it'd be a great service to our residents to be able to listen and see the forum.
We would definitely, I'll
it's
get
gonna
with
be
the
here.
IT director, see if we have the capabilities we should to be able to go live on it.
Yep.
I'll confirm with the commission and I'll update you tomorrow.
All right, thank you very
Make
much.
sure we
man.
can.
Appreciate
I don't see why not,
Okay.
but I'll just
I
confirm.
mean, if
with
they're
them.
using our chambers, I think it'd be a great opportunity for the residents to be able to get an opportunity to see who the candidates are and listen from them direct.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And check if with the League of Women Voters as well. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, City Clerk. And we will move on to public safety reports with our very own Captain Jason Tarala.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Attorney, City Manager, City Clerk. I'd like to start by talking about the very unfortunate accident we had over on the 4th of July weekend holiday over in the 200 block of East Dania Beach Boulevard. Unfortunately, that crash did cause 2 fatalities. The driver of the vehicle that caused the accident, he was subsequently arrested with 2 counts of DUI manslaughter, as well as 2 counts of DUI vehicular homicide. So that individual has been arrested and he's at the Broward County Main Jail. In reference to that, I received some complaints. We've always done traffic enforcement on Dania Beach Boulevard, but obviously I got complaints. So I want to let the commission know and our residents know that we're going to be out there doing an operation for the next 2 weeks on Dania Beach Boulevard between Federal Highway down to the bridge. We'll be doing speeding enforcement on our day shift as well as our night shift. We're also going to be doing a traffic enforcement on Griffin Road between I-95 to Federal Highway eastbound and westbound lanes to curtail some of the speeding over there too, because I've received multiple complaints over there as well as cars flying. So for everyone in the room here, don't speed over there because we're going to be out there. So this is your warning. We'll be out there for the next 2 weeks.
I needed that.
But I'll bring back to the city the stats what we get after the next couple weeks. Obviously, I don't like writing tickets. I know money's tight for all of us, but when you have a crash with fatalities and you have people speeding, we have to be out there to slow everybody down. On a better note, I do want to tell the city that on our 4th of July weekend, we had no incidents of violence throughout our city. And that includes our beach that was very crowded, and as well as it goes over to our Dania Point complex, entertainment complex, which had a lot of people in it. And throughout that entire weekend, we had no acts of violence in our city. So that's a major accomplishment for all of us in here. Yes, thank you. You can clap for that. Thank you. And I also want to highlight, we had an operational plan that I had in place the last couple weeks. I talked to the city manager, and after we had our last operational plan where we arrested the 26 individuals coming to our city for prostitution, I know we have a problem that needs to be addressed. So I talked to the city manager, I got with my crime suppression team supervisor, and we put an operation in place to enforce on the South Federal Highway corridor. Just in a 14-day period, we made 42 arrests. And to highlight some of these arrests, I'd like to highlight some of them. I'm not going to go into the cases, but I'd like to highlight.
Please remove whoever's speaking. Or
Well, we didn't arrest any prostitutes on this one.
Thank you, Chief. You can go ahead and continue.
Sorry for everyone in here. Obviously, she's upset. I'm sorry. So we made 42 arrests over the last 2 weeks on that South Federal Highway corridor. And just to highlight some of the arrests that we've made, we arrested an individual for felony active warrants, and as well he had flakka on his person. We arrested an individual for possession of oxycodone, possession of cannabis, violation of probation 3 times. We arrested an individual for possession of MDMA, 3 counts. We arrested an individual for possession of cannabis with intent to distribute. We arrested an individual for possession of cannabis as well as loitering and prowling. Individual for possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia, loitering and prowling with the purpose of prostitution. We arrested another individual for possession of oxycodone, possession of cannabis, VOP. Arrested another individual for possession of MDMA, possession of cocaine, and violation of probation. Arrested another individual for possession of cocaine. Another individual for 3 active warrants for misdemeanor warrants. Arrested another individual for possession of MDMA. Another individual for possession of MDMA 2 counts. Another individual for obstruction of justice as well as possession of cannabis. Another individual for possession of cannabis with intent to distribute. Another individual for multiple felony warrants. Another individual for possession of MDMA. Another individual for delivery of cocaine. I can go on and on and on. I'll stop there, but I have another 4 pages of arrests. They don't stop, and that was just over a 2-week time period. Our guys have been working super hard, and I want all of our residents here to know, as the chief of the city, I get many complaints, reference from our residents, reference up and down the Federal Highway corridor, the motels, 7-Eleven, our business owners. It's all up and down that corridor, that south end corridor, I get a lot of complaints. So it's my job, I have to address it. And as you can see, just by the arrests on a 2-week time span, those are legitimate arrests. Those are not nitpicking. Those are not bull crap, pardon my language, they're not bull crap misdemeanor arrests. Those are legitimate felony arrests on all these individuals for hardcore narcotics and hardcore warrants in our city. So I just want to highlight that's what we've done. And hopefully we continue to clean up that area to make the city safer for all of our residents.
Thank you, Chief, for all of your hard work and keeping us safe in all that you do. And we appreciate you and BSO for keeping things orderly here in the city of Dania Beach. We greatly appreciate you. That's it. Thank you, Chief. He's already ready. We have our Fire Chief, Chief Sergio Pellicer.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Staff, and the great citizens of Dania Beach. So before I even say anything on my report, he spoke about the accident that happened on 4th of July. Well, we have accidents here every day, and the one most important thing is that our units respond to try to save somebody's life. And I want to thank Captain Tarala and his team because, they always keep us safe so we could treat the injured. And that's the most important thing for us is that we can treat those injured, and by making sure that the highway safe or the roadway safe for us to be able to do our work and not have to worry or look behind our back. That's very important. So thank you to their team for keeping us safe. And another news, it's really important that I let you know, we have what's called life packs. Those are the machines that, basically somebody's heart starts beating. We take care of them. So we do an annual maintenance and make sure that everything's going so that everything is working perfectly on them. Our teams train them heavily on them, and we're always sure that those packs are ready to go. Our firefighters have been training on their response benchmarks, and just so everybody knows, we have 60 seconds or less. As soon as that bell goes out, we're out the door, and we're on. We're out the door as fast as we can be out the door every single call. Our life safety educator last Wednesday went out and did some, before the 4th of July, went out to the pier, went out to Publix over here and was doing some pre-4th of July education on grilling and fireworks safety before the 4th of July. And hopefully that helps somebody from getting hurt. And last but not least, last month, during the month of June, our units responded to 690 total calls for service. 95 of them were fire-related, and 595 were medical-related. So we still, we're still busy. One of the busiest, firehouses and cities in the Broward County system. And if you have any questions, that's it for my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. 690 calls. That is incredible. I just jaw-dropping. Thank you for all you do, and thank you for the prevention and being proactive with the fireworks safety. No news is good news, and it's because you're always thinking ahead. And so we greatly, greatly appreciate all that you and BSO Fire do to keep us safe and keep our residents safe as well. Thank you for responding within a minute to all those calls. So thank you very much. All right. Okay, next we have citizens' comments. I believe I have one citizen's comment. If you are here to speak on 12.1, let me see a show of hands for those who are here to speak on 12.1. Okay.
It's the rezoning item.
The rezoning item. Let me make sure that you. The second reading for the rezoning item. Okay, so if you're here for citizens' comments, this is not the item yet. I do plan to move it up after the consent agenda so that we can address everyone's here and be respectful of the fact that you all came to speak on this item. So I will move it up, but I am just doing citizens' comments right now. So this is not about item 12.1, but if you just have a regular citizen comment, which I do have a form for Bettina Trebluzzi. She left. Oh, see, this is why we might have to move our citizens' comments. Okay, and then I think the rest of them are, if you have regular citizens' comments, I think we did put them out here. I think there were so many, then they started getting mixed up.
I think you've gotten a few here. It starts here.
Okay.
This one, this one.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, City Clerk. All right, so, Mr. Aaron Hollis, if you would come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Hollis. My address is 26 Southeast 3rd Terrace. I'm just here to just show my face and not really to make a complaint as of yet, but I just wanted to show my face and let y'all know I'm active in the community. I've been around several years. I'm just active in the community. I just wanted everybody to see my face and just know I'm active. Whatever issues that our community is facing, I'm actually on the ground and I'm actually working with them to try to solve problems. So I would, definitely encourage you guys to get more active, with the community and, kind of solve some problems because these people, they're waiting. All right, so I'll be here next.
Thank you, Mr. Hollis. Up next, we have Catherine Christopher. Catherine? So you're for 12.1? Okay, so we'll put you in the 12.1. Oh, she wasn't there. And Sean DeRosa.
Good evening, Sean DeRosa. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I respectfully request that the contract renewal for Magistrate Harry Hippler be removed from the consent agenda. Tonight, you are not simply renewing a contract. You are deciding the standard of professionalism, judicial temperament, and public accountability that the City of Dania Beach expects from those who exercise quasi-judicial authority over its residents. The responsibility belongs to this commission. It is about whether Magistrate Hippler's documented conduct demonstrates the neutrality, impartiality, dignity, professionalism, and respect that every resident deserves when appearing before a city tribunal. Over multiple public hearings, the record reflects a recurring pattern of comments directed at me that were personal in nature and unrelated to the objective legal issues before the tribunal. Among those comments were, "Are you super sensitive? Some people have thicker skin. You lack diplomacy. Oh, well, that's life." Relating to our noise ordinance, he mentioned, "It's lower than the floor in importance. In my opinion, it's de minimis. That's how I feel about it. I can't get involved in mental health counseling issues. Suggesting vacation rental violators should get a lawyer and go after the city's witness. Referring to my counsel as playing attorney. Characterizing legitimate public safety concerns as nonsense and a waste of the officer's time. Stating he was lecturing Mr. DeRosa. Those are not comments evaluating evidence. They are personal characterizations made by a quasi-judicial officer during official public proceedings. At the same time, my submissions document additional concerns regarding evidentiary rulings and alleged unauthorized rehearing, repeated departures from the city's objective 100-foot noise standard contained in section 17.80, and the replacement of an objective ordinance with subjective opinions about tolerance, sensitivity, and personal feelings. The repeated noise violations that I brought before the magistrate continued over an extended period despite repeated enforcement proceedings. They escalated beyond a code enforcement matter and are now the subject of a pending criminal prosecution in Broward County in which my life was allegedly threatened. I am asking you to consider whether years of inconsistent enforcement, repeated minimal sanctions, and a failure to consistently apply the city's objective ordinance promoted compliance or instead allowed an ongoing neighborhood conflict to continue escalating. That is a legitimate public policy question directly relevant whether this contract should be renewed. The question before you is whether this documented record promotes confidence in Magistrate Hippler's impartiality, neutrality, professionalism, and judicial temperament. This commission is not required to renew his contract. Renewal is entirely discretionary, and the city already has other qualified magistrates available to continue serving the public. For those reasons, I respectfully request that you remove this item from the consent agenda, allow a full public discussion, and vote no to renew Mr. Hippler's contract.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
DeRosa. We are going to be strict on our 3 minutes tonight. There are a lot of people here, and so we're not going to allow any going over, and we are going to adhere strictly to our decorum policy as well. Ms. Cheryl Robinson, please come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
And it's Cheryl Robinson. You can say Cheryl for it can sound a little cool. One thing I do want to bring up is about allowing us to express ourselves. You saw when the award time was coming, we was able to clap and, just show our little gratitude to how we feel. I think we should change that a little bit because a lot of the public speaking, it takes courage. It takes a lot to come up here and stand up for your people, your residency. And sometimes we don't even knowing if they feeling us because I want to know if they feeling me too because sometimes we feel the same way, a lot of us guys. So I feel like that's one of the things we need to probably look and try to tweak it a little bit. I also want to talk about, although we didn't have any crimes that happened in our city with Danny, I love all the cities. Y'all know y'all like, I'm Hollandale Commissioner, so what? I love them all. I went to schools here, everything. I got family here, so I love Danny just as well as I love Hollandale. I love all of my cities. I ain't gonna lie, I go everywhere, y'all. I be in Lauderdale, Pompano, all that. So over the weekend, we had a big major death with some young kids. It was a shooting related with some younger kids. We had some 2-year-old babies getting killed, over the city. So I just want to pay some love for them. I just want to take my platform that I have right now is running for McKenzie, y'all. I'm running for Hollandale Commissioner seat too. So I just want to take this moment as I'm in my McKenzie run to really reflect on the neglect. A lot of things that don't make the news, a lot of things that don't get the empathy or just the national or whatever this is. At least I get a little local, people get to hear a lot of the things that we won't hear sometimes. So I just love that I'm able to do that. Another thing I like to talk about is homelessness and the drug treatments. I think we need to invest a little bit more in those. I think if we get us some better, and not the little BS is home in the walls, like hole in the wall homeless places. Let's get them, let these people live a little good. You know what I'm saying? Although they, going through what they go through, they still human beings. People just need a little love, y'all. Y'all have no idea. I used to think my mama was soft because she always was hard. And she was like, don't you know only thing the world really needs is just a little love. And more I get older and I see the neglect of people and just everybody just so selfish. You want. Sometimes if you give something, it make you feel so much better, y'all. So I'm here to spread the love. I want everybody to stop looking at race. I want people to stop looking at people what's their sexual orientation, because a lot of people hate because I'm gay. Oh, well, I love God too. I got a good heart too. You get what I'm saying? So I want us to stop just putting dividing in us, y'all, and we just start standing up as a community and really getting us to the next level, getting some longevity, getting some real unity in the community, y'all, all right? So that's what I'm here for, and I encourage you guys to show some love. We all God's people, y'all. And thank you guys, too. Y'all do a great job. I be trying to hate on y'all a little bit, but I can't hate on y'all. Y'all be doing y'all thing out of all of the commission and little sits I be going to. Y'all pretty much be doing y'all thing, y'all. I ain't gonna hate on y'all now. Y'all be doing y'all thing. Man, you be doing your, you got your little jokes to stop talking about, but I'm more funnier now. I got more jokes than you. All right, thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. We are, let's do this. We'll implement a suggestion from Ms. Robinson. We can do jazz hands. Let's practice if you have emotions. I'm a teacher first, educator. If you need to get your emotion out, I have that, but we do have a lot of people and we do have some sensitive topics, so we are just going to continue to do that. And so let's show our emotion in a respectful way and our support in a respectful way. Mr. Robert Kirschgraber.
Robert Kirchgraber, Dania Beach, Florida. Folks, we got a good, big full house here. Thanks to everybody for coming out. We appreciate it. We definitely appreciate everybody coming out here tonight. I'd like to speak just briefly on the consent agenda. Is that, you know, we keep raising these thresholds of exceeding $50,000. But when I look at the backup, I'm not seeing to what. In other words, is it 50 to 100, or or is the checkbook just open? Okay, and that's a big concern. And that's for temporary personnel, that's for the ADA Porta-Johns, that's for Centurion Security, okay? I didn't see any supportive backup material that says, hey, we're gonna go over 50, but we're only gonna approve up to, I don't know, 75 or 100, whatever it is. But the way I looked at it, it's almost as if there's like an open checkbook. We're just approving over 50. And I think that needs to be stopped. Not just looked at, I think it needs to be stopped. Because we have histories with these vendors, I'm sure. We know what these things are gonna cost, and there should be at least a maximum, an NTE not to exceed, okay? And I'd like to have that looked at. We're getting into a season right now of garage sales. We're getting into a season of election cycles, all kinds of stuff, businesses, everything. Where I'm going with this is that Dania Beach has city code with regards to signage, and that's for snipe signs. That's for political signs for running for office or whatever. And these signs are out in public right-of-ways. And I want to know what code enforcement's doing about cleaning up our city. Okay, because I don't see that happening. And these aren't small signs, folks. These are big signs. So that's something I'd like to bring to the council's attention, and I'd like a little feedback on that, please. I'd like to hear back from somebody on that, because it is written in the city code about signage on public property. The other thing I'm going to request here, and I've only got a minute left, is we've got a lot of people here, and I'm glad to see the turnout, and they're here to speak their minds and their concerns. I request that the consent agenda be pushed back, and we go immediately to 12.1 after citizens' comments, because people have already been over here for well over an hour, listening to proclamations, retirement speeches, and everything else. It's time to do city business. It's time to let the people speak. And the people took time out of their days. They left their families. We did a nice proclamation and reward ceremony for our park staff. That was great. Guess what? They're not here. They're back at home with their families. I'm sure everybody here in this audience would like to be back home too. So if you would consider that, just moving that up, 12.1 up immediately after this public forum, that certainly would help out tremendously, and it may give us some more time, okay? And with that, I thank everyone for the jobs they're doing for the city. And thank you once again, all residents of Dania Beach, for coming out.
Thank you, Mr. Kirchgraber. I really appreciate that. Jazz hands. All right. I messed up my thing. I have already said that I am going to move up the comments after the consent agenda. So that is what is next, except for Ms. Brenda Leach Shalafor. She has a citizen comment as well.
I couldn't stop myself. I had no intention of speaking before you on this item, but I ditto what Sean DeRosa spoke to you about. Your special magistrate, you all know it, is a problem. You're going to renew the contract. I just don't understand. I ditto what Robert said. It's frustrating that you put items on the consent agenda and you don't allow the public to pull them. Broward County allows the public to pull them. Even Hollywood allows the public to pull them. Because I did have comments about those items. For example, special magistrate's contract. You really need to look at that contract, and you need to look at the performance that you have received. It's a problem. I'll keep it brief. Just please ditto what Sean DeRosa said. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. At this time, we are going to go to the consent agenda. And I really want people to understand that we're going to, after the consent agenda, we're going to go into item 12.1, for which most of you are here, but I am going to complete the consent agenda at this time. And are there any items that the commission wishes to pull from the consent agenda?
Before you do, Mayor, can I read the ad valorem?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. City Attorney, read the statement into record, please.
So item 8.10 is the millage, the proposed millage, so I just wanted to read this to you. This announcement is for tonight's budget hearing for the City of Dania Beach for fiscal year 26-27. The proposed operating municipal millage rate will be 5.9998 mils, which reflects no change from the city's current fiscal year millage rate. This operating millage rate represents a 5.01% increase over the rollback rate of 5.7133 mils as computed in accordance with the provisions of Section 200.065, subsection 1 of the Florida statutes. The voter-approved debt service millage rate is 0.0447 mils in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200 of the Florida statutes. The city's aggregate millage rate is 6.0445 mils, which is the 5.9998 mils for operating and the 0.0447 mils for debt service. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Are there any items that the commission wishes to pull from the consent agenda? Commissioner Ryan.
8.12, please. I'd like to pull item 8.12 from the consent agenda.
Okay. Do I have a Vice Mayor?
8.13.
8.12, 8.13. All right, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 8.12 or 13, unless?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of 8.12 and 8.13.
Do I have a second, oh, hold on.
Second.
Well, the Vice Mayor seconded. All right, all in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. All right, the consent agenda is approved with the exception of item 8.12 and 8.13. So, Commissioner Ryan, you had 8.13?
8.12.
8.12.
Let me just read the title.
Yes,
It's a
please go ahead.
resolution of the City Commission authorizing the appropriate official to execute the Fifth Amendment to the agreement with Centurion Security Group, LLP, to expand the scope of services to include services for Dania After Dark and other commission-approved events at or around City Hall through the duration of the agreement, authorizing the city to exceed the annual vendor threshold of $50,000, providing for conflicts and effective date. This is a Parks and Recreation item.
Hey, Cassie, thanks. I know we talked about this during the agenda review. What was the total that we spent last year? It was like $14,000, right?
Cassie Warren, Director of Parks and Recreation. It was $8,616.75 about.
Okay, so it's well under the 50,000 threshold, but
Because Centurion is who we use throughout the city for all of our security here at City Hall, the beach, we include that in that because that exceeds the $50,000 threshold.
it definitely exceeds it?
Yes.
Okay, do we know the total?
I do not know the contract totals for the City Hall.
Because it's not set in stone though, correct? Because we use them sometimes as an as-needed basis?
They do use it as an as-needed basis. For example, we've also amended the contract to include CW Thomas. They do an evening security there on the weekends after staff leaves. They assist BSO there. So that's included in the contract, that addition, but this was not. So we had to amend it to be able to utilize them and utilize the contracted
To combine
rate.
it all under one contract with Centurion?
Yes.
And we don't know the total number for the entire
I
city?
do not, because we don't, Parks and Rec did not
It's
handle
separate
that
than what the city pays?
overall
Do we have any
contract.
update on that, or no?
No, we don't have an exact number on that. What I will add is, Commissioner Ryan, that Centurion Security is what we use here at City Hall, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We also use it at the beach where they stay late night and they do the special events. So basically, anytime we need their services, they charge us an hourly rate. and that hourly rate is what's on our
That's what's
contract with them.
flexible.
And that's what Cassie with Parks are gonna be adding to the contract services.
It guarantees us that hourly rate that the contract
Do
has.
we know what we spent last year overall?
We have the information not in front of us. I could email it to you tomorrow, Commissioner.
Yeah, please do. I requested it, and I'd like to see it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. Commissioner Romoli, do you have a
Hey,
question?
Cassie.
Cassie?
Or City Manager, is there an opportunity for us to set a threshold for a maximum amount rather than just?
Thank you for asking that question, Commissioner Romoli, because I want to differentiate with the threshold and what we budget. Every year, like we're doing now during budget season, we budget a specific dollar amount for all of the services, including security guard services, including this contract with Centurion. It is not an open-ended contract. There is a specific dollar amount. Parks will create a dollar amount for their services. There will be a dollar amount for City Hall, and there will be a dollar amount for Ocean Park, which is the beach area. That dollar amount we cannot exceed. The threshold means it's a city policy that once we are going to surpass the $50,000 threshold, we are required by the policy to bring it to the commission. All we are saying is we are going to pass the $50,000 threshold, but not that there's no dollar amount tied to it, not to exceed. That's already in the budget. You already approved it. We already presented it to you for the whole year. We are obligated to be underneath that. And that's what our CFO and our finance team will make sure that we don't pass that threshold. So every time we bring up an item and it says $50,000, it just means we are going to surpass it, but there is an exact not to exceed dollar amount in the budget.
I understand, and I appreciate the explanation, I think, for everybody out there as well, because I think sometimes it gets confusing. But I do also want to ask, is the contract tied into a fixed rate for security services?
That's correct, and that's one of the reasons that Parks is bringing it forward. Our fixed rate.
So if it wasn't for this, we wouldn't have that fixed rate.
For this, we would have the fixed rate.
Right, but if it wasn't for this, we would not have a fixed rate.
Correct, we would be charged a higher fee.
Correct. That's, again, the point I'm trying to get across is that sometimes you don't see all the facts. And I want to make sure that people understand that there is a fixed rate based on this contract and based on our ability to exceed that number.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions we have for that one. Let's have a motion. Do I have a motion for, I think that was 8.12. Yes, 8.12. Motion to approve 8.12. Commissioner Ryan.
Motion to approve item 8.12 on the consent agenda.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Romoli. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. Okay, item 8.12 passes unanimously. Item 8.13, Eve, if you could please read item 8.13.
Yes, Mayor. A resolution of the City Commission to enter into the second two-year renewal of the existing contract with Harry M. Hippler to act as code compliance special magistrate for municipal code compliance proceedings under existing pricing, providing for conflicts of an effective date. This is a community development item, but it's the Vice Mayor's poll.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I know last year there was some conversation about how he handled some of the code enforcement violations, and I'm not going to get into what and this and that. I just know that there was a lot of times that I'm sure by discretion of the mediator that he was allowed to, adjust the prices accordingly. That bothers me to change what all the hard work that code enforcement does, and that when code enforcement puts out a single warning, then a violation, then a violation, then a violation, each time those violations continue to grow, we're trying to make a point on the fact that you can't do these things and break the code. I feel like if we pass item 8.13, that Eve, you explained to me that there's a in the contract that can you explain that to me one more time?
Sure. The city can terminate any special magistrate upon 5 days' notice for cause or without cause, so at any time.
Okay, all right. So with that being said, that if we do pass this and I have proof of anything that changes that the city code department fines them for and it gets changed from our recommendation to the city, I will personally ask for that removal of that person if we pass item 8.13 now, because I don't feel that we should be doing the work that we're doing and then having it changed by someone that's on a board that for no particular reason. We make the rules are explained, and we process that. And if it's not being followed, I think we're setting an image that we can be pushed around, and I don't want that to happen. So with that being said, if the commission wants to approve this item, then I'm going to ask that we monitor this particular attorney for what's going on, and if there's one conflict of interest, I'm gonna move for removal at that time. So with that being said, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve it, but with those conditions.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I just want to clarify that you're talking about having a reduction of those fines from the magistrate and making sure that if these are the fines, this is what we want to see
If code
implemented.
enforcement has a policy they follow, if they can't follow the policy, any of the magistrates, because I do understand now we have 4 magistrates, we do a rotation, is that correct?
Yes.
We currently have 4. We do them every quarterly, basically.
Okay, so with those rotations, if any of them don't follow what the code enforcement and all the hard work the code enforcement does, they don't follow it, then I will ask for removal until we can find somebody that can follow the rules.
And you're asking
Well,
our
just
team
make
to be updated so that we know if they're
Well,
changing.
it's not the update, it's in the contract that we can do that. And at that time, I would bring it back to the commission and ask them to, this is what's going on, and so on.
So there's no need to change the contract.
Right.
For any reason, we can terminate on 5 days.
Yep.
Just so you understand, the special magistrate is supposed to have discretion. So you're giving direction that you'd like to see him be consistent with staff recommendations, but the special magistrate does have discretion. But regardless of his discretion, if you're unhappy with services, in 5 days, he can be terminated.
Okay, right. The discretion, though, is challenging our code department.
So you have the right to be able to bring it back in.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm saying. We need to be alerted if that's happening.
Right.
So if that's what I'm saying is that we don't go to the magistrate meetings or we're not present, so we won't know if you agree or not agree unless we're alerted
maybe we can ask for a report on how it worked out.
Mayor, I have a recommendation that definitely our director, deputy director of community development will be following these special magistrate cases very closely. And I will make sure that I am reported if anything is not done according to this level that we're asking, and I will make sure that we bring it back. I'll bring it back directly to you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Manager.
That special magistrate is removed if that special magistrate is not working to our expectations.
And that's any of the special magistrates, okay?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, City Manager. Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah, I just want to clarify what Vice Mayor Salvino was saying. When you mean don't comply with code enforcement, you mean going against what code enforcement says, or negotiating the fines?
Yeah, if the fine's $500, there should be.
You think they should pay?
They've already been warned.
Well, some of these fines get up to like excess of like, some are over $100,000.
All right, but the first one's like usually $100. If they comply, then it won't go to that high. I mean, if you continue to let them.
You know how code works.
Well, we'll cross that.
You know how magistrate works. Sometimes they have to cut a deal to move forward. To avoid litigation.
Well, right now,
all I'm
asking is I'm just stating my piece that if we pass this and we come back, if we're not happy with what the code department says, and at that time, Commissioner, if you don't like it, you can vote against it and say I don't want they're allowed to go ahead and change it. But as of right now, I'm looking for the fact that that would come up. I would bring it up if it becomes a problem. That's all.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm with the city attorney that magistrate does have their own discretion. They do have their own ability to negotiate with.
I just want to add one comment, and I'll pass it over to the city attorney. Part of code compliance goal is compliance. It's not the actual fine that's being assessed. Many times, code compliance works with the residents in order to come to a resolution once the property is in compliance. My understanding, Vice Mayor, is when the special magistrate is not working with the code team and going against their recommendation, that's when you want to be notified.
That's right.
Am I correct? Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm sorry, Eve.
Okay.
I just have to answer the commissioner's question, Commissioner Ryan. Special magistrates are independent, so they have discretion to make other choices. You may not like the choices, but they can reduce it further or make it higher than what you're recommending.
Thanks. I just want to clarify that. Thanks.
Thank you, City Attorney. Commissioner Ryan, do I have a motion? I guess you already made the motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Llewellyn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye for item 12.13.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Nay for Commissioner Romoli. And I guess that would be 4-1 consensus for item 8.13. Thank you, City Commission, and so the consent agenda passes. I will now move on to item 12.1, and before I do so, I'm going to remind everyone of our decorum policy. That way, this will stand as my last and final warning. If we have shouting out during these comments, we've talked about jazz hands, we've talked about a lot of different ways. There's a lot of people in here, so City Attorney, please remind us of that portion of the decorum policy.
Yes, Mayor. So all of the feel-good items have passed. Now we're into the actual agenda items. And because we want to respect everybody's right to speak, we're asking that there be no clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outbursts in support of or opposition to any item. The mayor has indicated if you want to do jazz hands in support, but otherwise, please no comments. The mayor can direct you to be removed if you're not obeying her orders as far as the decorum. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we will move on to item 12.1. Eve, if you could please read item 12.1.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Dania Beach amending Chapter 28, the Land Development Code, Part 3, Special Zoning Districts, Subpart 1, the Community Redevelopment Area Form-Based Zoning Districts, Article 303, Detailed Use Regulations, to amend the chapter in order to create incentives, height, and density bonuses for the following districts: City Center District, SFEDMU, South Federal Highway Corridor Mixed Use District, and updating the zoning maps accordingly, amending Article 304, Building Height and Transition Regulations, to include incentives and to create the following sections: 30430, Incentive Applicability; 30440, Schedule of Incentives; 30450, Incentive Bonus for providing public open space; 30460, Incentive Bonus for providing public parking; 30470, Incentive Bonus for providing public parks; 30480, Incentive Bonus for providing public rooftop activation; 30490, Incentive Bonus for providing attainable housing, providing for codification, conflict, severability, and an effective date. This is a community development item.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Bootsas. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Eleanor Narina, Deputy City Manager. Tonight I'll be discussing how we can improve the aesthetics of our community while preserving our hometown feel. As we discussed during first reading, smart, responsible growth is essential to protecting the character and charm that makes our community a wonderful place to live. The goal is to preserve our city's unique characteristics by fostering vibrant activity centers, safe neighborhoods, and thriving businesses. We are proud of our community and remain committed to protecting and enhancing the qualities that make it such a special place to live, work, and visit. Dania Beach residents expect to feel safe. They expect to have safe water, clean water, sidewalks that connect neighborhoods, and improved stormwater drainage systems. This is achieved through economic stability supported by a thriving commercial district. All these quality of life initiatives require sustainable and adequate funding. Other initiatives are reflected in our public art program and long-term community vision. Some of our most recent installations include the Love Mural, the Wyland Sea Turtle sculpture, and the award-winning Looking Forward mural at City Hall. Each of these projects was funded directly through development, demonstrating how growth can help enhance our community. Our long-range master plan also includes major park and recreational projects, including PJ Milley Park, Frost Park, and our recently acquired MC Frost House. While these projects represent an exciting vision for the future, they are all currently unfunded. Here's an example of what our city, Here's an example of what our city looked like before development incentives were introduced. This is the corner of East Dana Beach Boulevard and Federal Highway, home to the former Pirates Inn. Before redevelopment, the property was neglected and underutilized, and it sat boarded up for years. Rather than contributing to the community, it stood vacant and deteriorating until it was finally redeveloped. With the use of development incentives, this once neglected property was transformed into a beautiful 8-story mixed-use building featuring both residential and commercial space. Today, the building is approximately 90% occupied, with Memorial Healthcare serving the community from the ground floor. This redevelopment has activated a critical intersection along our Federal Highway corridor, bringing new residents and businesses to an area that had long been vacant and underutilized. In addition to private investment, the developer contributed to the city's public art fund and installed public art on the site, further enhancing the character and appeal of our neighborhood. This is an example of a vacant and distressed property that's located at 75 Park Avenue, just off of Sterling Road on your way to City Hall. For many years, the site presented an unwelcoming entrance into the city. Rather than contributing to the surrounding area, it was a reminder of the need of reinvestment and revitalization. Through development incentives, this once vacant corner was transformed into an 8-story affordable housing complex. This project included significant site improvements, such as enhanced landscaping, upgraded drainage infrastructure, and new on-street parking. Beyond the redevelopment itself, the project also directly funded the construction of the new Veterans Park, located here at City Hall, and it's a strong example of how thoughtful planning development can generate meaningful public improvements. This is the Southwest First Ave. It's a street directly behind Jackson's Ice Cream. This block is located in the heart of our downtown urban core. However, despite its prime location, it lacked the investment needed to realize its full potential and contribute to a vibrant, walkable downtown. With the use of incentives, this once underutilized site is being transformed into a beautiful 12-story mixed-use development that will help activate the city's downtown arts and entertainment district. When completed, the project will feature a significant public art installation, a pair of sculptured hands supporting a pedestrian bridge that connects Phase 1 and Phase 2 of this development. It's creating a unique landmark for this district. This development will also include an LA Fitness as a major anchor tenant, bringing new activities, services, and walkability to the area. As planners, our role is not simply to encourage growth, but to guide high-quality redevelopment that creates lasting public benefits, strengthens our neighborhoods, and enhances the quality of life for our residents. As new development began to take shape throughout the city, it also sparked renewed interest in surrounding properties. These are two examples of redevelopment that occurred as a ripple effect of the implementing development incentives. The property at 28 South Federal Highway, formerly the home of Moderno Furniture Store, was redeveloped into Hotel Dello. 129 North Federal Highway, once an unwelcoming property along the city's major commercial corridor, was transformed into the Wyndham Garden Hotel. These projects demonstrate how strategic investment can inspire an additional private redevelopment, creating momentum that extends well beyond the original incentive projects and contributes to the continued revitalization of the community. Now let's turn our attention to the existing opportunities and constraints within the city. This first property is located at 945 South Federal Highway along one of our city's primary commercial corridors. As you can see, it's a neglected and underutilized site that has generated frequent complaints related to trash, property maintenance, and loitering. Rather than attracting investment, properties like this represent missed opportunity for redevelopment that can better serve our residents and businesses. The second property is the Dania Motel, located at 1005 South Federal Highway. Properties of this nature require significant law enforcement resources. According to Broward Sheriff's Office, the most common criminal activity investigations at this type of establishment include illegal drug sales, prostitution, and human trafficking. And as the police chief stated earlier, their recent operation resulted in multiple felony arrests along this corridor. This is the Grand Motel. It looks grand, doesn't it? Located at 430 South Federal Highway, a property that generates ongoing nuisance and criminal activity, requiring continued attention from both law and code enforcement, while contributing very little to the surrounding community. These examples illustrate the types of properties that present challenges for the city and highlight opportunities where thoughtful redevelopment can improve public safety and enhance neighborhood appearance. And this is the Deluxe Inn located at 1050 South Federal Highway. Not only does this property contribute to the nuisance activity, as you can see in the picture, the property is completely asphalt and therefore unable to retain stormwater. Instead, most of the runoff flows directly into the adjacent street, contributing to localized flooding and further burdening the city's drainage system. While a newly developed property may also include significant amount of impervious surface, our current development regulations require developers to incorporate modern stormwater management systems designed to capture, store, and manage stormwater runoff. This is the Rexall Drug Store located at 16 South Federal, situated at the primary intersection within our downtown city center and along our main commercial corridor. This site represents one of the city's most significant redevelopment opportunities. Over the years, the city has received inquiries from parties interested in redeveloping this property. However, since the development incentives were removed, we have not seen any meaningful progress towards its redevelopment. Given its highly visible location in the heart of the downtown, this property has tremendous potential to become a catalyst for additional investment and revitalization in the right conditions, if the right conditions are in place. At this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to our Community Development Director, Corinna Joy, who will discuss the next portion of tonight's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager.
Good evening, Commission. Corinna Joy, Community Development Department Director. This text amendment tonight includes changes to only 2 zoning districts. The city center's the first of those districts. The city center zoning district is outlined in blue, with Federal Highway going through the center of the district, running north and south, and the Dania Beach Boulevard running east and west through the district. We have a range of heights allowed in the district based on location. Properties in yellow identify where the greatest height can be achieved within the district. Currently, the maximum height is 7 stories. This amendment proposes a maximum height of 14 stories with the use of incentives. We also have a step back requirement known as the wedding cake effect, which allows 1 foot of height for 1 foot of distance. This protects the neighborhoods. Currently, a 7-story building is required to provide a 70-foot setback from residential. With incentives, a 14-story building is required to provide a 140-foot setback from residential. South Federal Highway Mixed-Use Zoning District is the second corridor we're looking at this evening, and it's limited to the Federal Highway corridor. The district is outlined in blue and runs from Sterling Road south to Sheridan Street, with Federal Highway running north-south through the center of the district. Today, the maximum height allowed in this zoning district is 4 stories. The amendment proposes to allow up to 6 stories with the use of incentives on parcels of ½ acre or larger, which are shown in blue, and up to 8 stories with the use of incentives on parcels with a minimum of 1 acre size, and those parcels are identified in yellow. Incentives will encourage redevelopment of the motels along this corridor, as they're currently ½ acre parcel sizes. Larger parcels have more room to provide the transition between adjacent neighborhoods and commercial corridors. I'm not done with this slide. In addition, we have a step back requirement as well. The wedding cake is in effect in this district as well, and that is intended to protect the neighbors. Currently, a four-story building is required to provide a 40-foot setback from residential. With incentives, a six-story building would provide 60-foot setback, eight-story building, 80-foot setback with incentives. Because there are a few homes located within the South Federal Highway Mixed-Use Zoning District, we amended the step back requirement, that wedding cake requirement, to start that stepping back at the residential property line instead of the zoning district line. This will require step back immediately adjacent to an existing home, and we made this change to maximize protection for residents. With this amendment, we're requesting to reintroduce incentives because they were historically successful. Incentives will attract new development in these two districts, which will improve appearance and safety on Federal Highway and attract new business as well as new investment in the city. The incentives that are being proposed are open space, which look like plazas, public parking, parks, attainable housing, which includes affordable and workforce housing, rooftop activation, which would be limited only to the city center zoning district. Stormwater drainage was recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board. That does require additional study in order to implement, but that's something that we're currently working on. Eleanor and I are available if you have any additional questions. And now the city manager has a brief presentation before we open it up to public comment.
Oh.
You good, Mayor?
You have a presentation?
I have a presentation I want to follow now. Yeah, not video, it's going to be verbal.
Okay. City manager, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Corinne. At our first reading, I spoke about why this administration believes smart strategic growth is important for the long-term sustainability of our city. Tonight, I want to speak about something equally important, the process. Over the past several months, there has been a great deal of discussion about this proposed zoning amendment. There have been differing opinions, passionate arguments, and strong feelings on all sides of this issue. That is not something to be discouraged. That is government at its best. But I believe it is important tonight to acknowledge one undeniable fact. This process has been open, transparent, and inclusive. Since the proposal was first introduced, there have been 5 separate public forums where this administration has presented the proposed zoning changes for the Federal Highway Corridor and where residents have had the opportunity to ask questions, raise concerns, and express their opinions. The process began on April 14 when this commission provided consensus for the administration to move forward with this amendment. It continued on May 20th before the Planning and Zoning Board. Then again on June 9th during the first reading before this commission. On June 18th, we held a core public meeting at the P.J. Milley Community Center specifically to engage directly with residents and answer any questions they might have. And tonight, at this second reading, we are here once again listening and engaging with the community. 5 meetings, 5 opportunities for public input, 5 opportunities for residents to ask questions and challenge assumptions, 5 opportunities for this administration to present the facts. At every single one of these meetings, our professional staff has answered questions honestly and directly. We have explained what this proposal does and what it does not do. We have clarified misconceptions and provided information so that this discussion can be based on facts, not fear. Because when we make decisions that shape the future of our city, facts matter, transparency matters, public participation matters, and trust matters. Reasonable people can disagree about policy, they can disagree about height, density, and redevelopment. That is healthy and expected in any community. But I hope we can all agree on one thing. Every resident deserves a government that listens, engages, and provides honest information. That is exactly what this administration has done throughout this process. The proposed amendment before you tonight is not about becoming another city or abandoning the character that makes Dania Beach special. It is about having the vision to improve what we already have. It is about looking at a corridor that has struggled with crime, blight, and underinvestment for far too long and deciding that the status quo is no longer acceptable. This is not a vote to become Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood. It is a vote to become a better Dania Beach. It is about one corridor. It is about creating opportunities for strategic redevelopment along Federal Highway. It is about positioning our city to remain financially strong, economically competitive, and capable of continuing to provide the services our residents deserve. Most importantly, it is about having the courage to discuss our future openly and honestly, because leadership is not about avoiding difficult conversations. Leadership is about confronting reality, even when it is uncomfortable, and having the courage to make decisions that move a community forward. At our last meeting, and again tonight, we heard from our chief of police. Our chief is known for his honesty and straightforward approach. He tells it like it is, and I believe this commission and our residents trust him because he speaks with honesty and facts. The facts and numbers he presented paint a concerning picture of the Federal Highway Corridor today. We continue to see criminal activity that includes prostitution, drug trafficking, drug use, and human trafficking. That is not the image we want for Dania Beach, and more importantly, it is not the reality our residents deserve. The question before us tonight is not whether these challenges exist. They do. The question is, what are we willing to do about them? This proposed zoning change is not a silver bullet. It will not solve every problem overnight, but it is a critical first step toward transforming this corridor. It is an opportunity to encourage reinvestment, attract quality redevelopment, remove blighted and underutilized properties, and create an environment that is safer, more vibrant, and more reflective of the community we aspire to be. Tonight's vote is about more than zoning. It is about the kind of city we want to become. It is about whether we will accept the status quo or have the vision to change it. Dania Beach has never been a city that stands still. As Broward County's first city, our history has been defined by resilience, innovation, and the willingness to adapt when circumstances demand it. There are times in local government where we have to decide whether to stay where we are or take a thoughtful step forward where we want our city to be. Tonight is one of those times, because every great transformation begins with a first step. Tonight, we have the opportunity to take that first step, to begin building a better, safer, and more beautiful Dania Beach for the generations that will follow us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. This is a public hearing, we will adhere to the policy of decorum. I will call the citizens up one at a time. Please come and state your name and address for the record, and bear in mind, I do appreciate all of you to this point who have done an outstanding job following the decorum policy. We do know that this can be an emotional, highly emotional topic. I appreciate that, but we want to hear from every single person and let them to be able to have the same respect that you have given our staff. We want to give that respect to each and every one of you. So with that, I'm going to call up Michelle Ospiri. Did I speak? I just know her Michelle O. It's Michelle O. I know her as Michelle O. So come up and let us properly speak your name. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Michelle O'Precy. I live 190 Southeast 5th Ave, right off of Dania Beach Boulevard. I've lived here for 26 years, and off of Dania Beach Boulevard, it is 25 years and my forever home. Let me begin by saying I'm not against redevelopment. I understand that aging properties should be improved. I want to see Dania Beach thrive, and I believe growth must be responsible, measured, and supported by facts.
Michelle.
Sorry. Tonight, I'm asking you to slow down before making permanent zoning changes that will shape our city for decades. One of the primary justifications for these changes is the need to eliminate blight along the Federal Highway corridor. But I believe that's a weak justification for increasing building heights and density. There are many more ways to develop aging properties without permanently changing the zoning to allow taller buildings. Redevelopment and overdevelopment are not the same thing. It's also important to remember that we have done this before. Years ago, the corridor was already zoned to allow taller buildings. The community spoke up because we didn't believe Dania Beach needed that kind of development, and those regulations were changed. Today, we're being asked to reverse that decision without first demonstrating that it's necessary or in our best interests of the residents who already live here. Over the last 2 years alone, I personally witnessed the impact of the new developments along Dania Beach Boulevard. Seaview, Solesta Seaside, and Elevate have already changed the character of the corridor. The traffic at the intersection of US 20 and Dania Beach Boulevard has become significantly worse. Whenever a single lane is closed because of a construction or minor accident, the intersection becomes gridlocked. I've raised these concerns in core meetings because they're not theoretical, they're also what the residents experience every day. What concerns me most is that these developments are not fully occupied. Current leasing information shows that approximately 100 apartments remain available across the 3 communities, with another 100 coming in the new phase of Seaview. Using standard traffic engineering estimates, those vacant units alone could generate approximately 650 additional vehicle trips every day once occupied. There are also 3 parcels that are grandfathered into the 14th story. We have not yet experienced the full impact of the development that has already been approved. Why are we considering even greater density before measuring the impact of what we've already built? Where are the post-occupancy traffic studies? Where is the build-out analysis showing how many additional residents these zoning changes could ultimately allow? Where's the infrastructure analysis for water, sewer, police, fire rescue, evacuation planning, and stormwater? Where's the analysis of light pollution? That issue is barely discussed. Let's allow the developments that have already been approved to become fully occupied. Let's measure their impact on traffic, infrastructure, flooding, public safety, and quality of life. And if the data supports additional density, we can have that conversation. Please put the residents first. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Jazz hands. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dorothy Gravlin, please come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Dorothy Gravlin. I live at 190 Southeast 5th Avenue, Phase 7 of the Meadowbrooks. I think a lot of you would know. And the ones that are painted gray. We are the gray buildings. I am here because of what Michelle said. And I also last week did reach out to several members, and I was kind of upset because one of them, when I was talking over development, said to me, well, overdevelopment doesn't count right now because we're not going to be doing anything right now. Well, overdevelopment is now and the future. It's got to be looked at. And just to back up what Michelle said, overdevelopment is a pattern of unchecked construction and urban expansion that outpaces public infrastructure, strains local natural resources, and degrades the quality of life in the community, driven by rapid population growth and developers' interest. It leads to traffic congestion, water shortages, high flood risks, and the loss of green spaces. Now, I have a whole list here, and you're all welcome to, if you would like one, where I broke down how much water it takes. Just for a 56-unit building, it will take approximately 330,000 gallons monthly when that building is full and people are living there. Hey, you're talking how many more buildings? Dania, at peak season, we're buying more water off of Broward because you can't cover us now. You don't have enough water, much less getting into sewer and stuff. My other thing is the traffic. And we all know the traffic and what it is. During the peak hours, I looked this up and it can be proven, going from Sterling to Griffin, we have approximately 2,800 to 4,200 vehicles per hour going through that corridor. How many more can it hold? We can't take any more on Dania Beach Boulevard or A1A or US 1. You need to set this aside and table it till you take a better look at a traffic. I bet you haven't done a comprehensive traffic study. I think the guy tonight with that Safe Streets, I bet you we could get a lot of information if we can get into that now, because when he was showing the streets, It was US 1 that had all the accidents along there in that corridor. Thank you. Please set it aside to a later date so that we can all look at the real issues.
Thank you. We're going to go next. Jazz hands, thank you. I'm going to go in order of, if you listen for the next three names, I'm going to go for 3 minutes. We're going to have Catherine Trusclair, and I'm going to have Malcolm, and I'm going to have Mary Jo Mazzetta. So the next three, please get in line, and we will move forward. Thank you. Catherine Trusclair, if you...
My wife doesn't want to talk.
Okay.
I'm Malcolm.
You would need to go and put your, fill out one of these forms and give it to her. Oh, are you on here too? You're Malcolm? Okay, come on, Malcolm. Yes, come on.
Okay. Malcolm Trusclair, 36 Southeast 8th Street, Dania Beach. I think you have the cart before the horse. I think we need the infrastructure before the additional buildings. I don't know any of you, so I don't know what your financial interests are in this project, but I assume that it's significant. Please table this until you do your infrastructure. Build your infrastructure first, put your cart before the horse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Jo. We're moving on. Mary Jo, let's come on.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mary Jo Mazzetta, 404 Southeast 7th Street, Dania resident for 40 years, public servant for 31 years, delivered mail in Dania for 31 years. So, know a little bit about the city. There's everything that they just spoke to are my concerns. I mean, we have commissioners up here right now that actually ran on a platform of not overdeveloping our beautiful city.
Let's jazz hands. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all who are respecting the jazz hands.
From my perspective, we've already overdeveloped the city traffic-wise. The city cannot handle this traffic. I don't know where you guys drive all day, but if you're trying to get from Sheridan Street down to Griffin Road, that could take you a long time, okay? The traffic is insane as it is. We're not even in season. The Canadians aren't even here. And now you want to add all these buildings and extra people? Where are the traffic studies? I mean, the accidents speak for themselves. And I think it's great that BSO is patrolling the Federal and patrolling Dania Beach Boulevard. We could use a little support down on Southeast 5th Avenue because that's like 60, 70 miles an hour and more people driving down 5th Avenue. The stop sign doesn't help. So I urge you to table this, to look at it further, look at the impact you're going to have on Dania citizens. I understand you're trying to, make the city better and give us, nice things, but at what cost? At what cost? Thank you.
Thank you. Jazz hands, please. All right, Rhonda. Please come up and state your name and address for the record, Rhonda. Oh, Rhonda from Publix.
Hi, everybody. Good evening, everybody. My name is Rhonda Martinez, 518 Northeast 2nd Place, Dania Beach. I've been a resident here in Dania for over 40 years, and I'm second generation. And I just want to oppose this. The reason being is I want to keep Dania beautiful. And not only that, but no one's really discussed the animals that we're losing, the wildlife, the monkeys in the neighborhood my kids grew up with. They have no place to go. No one is thinking about the animals. We're only thinking about buildings. So let's really try to work together to keep Dania beautiful. It's a beautiful city. But we have to really think about what we're doing and the cost it's going to bring us.
Thank you, Rhonda.
All right, dear. Thank you, everybody.
Kaylee Martinez, Julia, and then John will be next. So we're going to keep it flowing. Kaylee, please come and state your name for the address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Martinez, 518 Northeast 2nd Place. Rhonda's my mom. I wrote something because I'm not a great public speaker, but here we go. All right, good evening. I'm a lifelong resident of Dania Beach, and I'm here tonight to respectfully oppose Ordinance 12.1. Progress is not measured by how much we build, but how we protect what makes our city worth living in. I understand that growth is inevitable, and I support responsible development. Highlight responsible. But this ordinance will allow greater height and density in exchange for development incentives. And I believe we need to ask for a much bigger question. Is Dania Beach truly ready for that growth? Growth should never outpace our infrastructure, our environment, or the quality of life, the people who already call this city home. More height and more density mean more traffic, greater demands on our roads, utilities, emergency services, and drainage systems. Increased pressure on the wildlife and natural spaces that make Dania Beach unlike anywhere else in Broward County. Public amenities are valuable, but they cannot replace the character of a community once it's gone. Dania Beach is one of the last places in Broward County that still feel like home. It has a history, a personality, and a sense of place that cannot be recreated after it has been overshadowed by overdevelopment. Every vote you cast shapes the future of this city. Tonight's decision is Tonight's decision is about more than one ordinance. It's about the kind of community we choose to leave for our future generations. Development can always be approved later, but once we lose the character of Dania Beach, we don't get a second chance to vote it back. I respectfully ask you to protect our residents, our environment, and the unique identity of the city by voting no on Ordinance 12.1. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Kaylee. Thank you, thank you. Next, Julia.
Julia had to leave. She's a business owner in town. She had to go back to work.
Okay, so you're John. All right, go ahead, John. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
John Masita, 121 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Dania Beach, Florida. I agree with everybody that's been up here so far. You guys are out of your minds by doing this. You're out of your minds. There is no, you got to build an L like in Brooklyn so you could get traffic to go through. You can't drive to Dania Beach anymore. It's ridiculous. And in October, November, December, January, forget about it. It's ridiculous. And where's all the crap gonna go? Where are we getting the water from? Can the pipes sustain it under the ground? They're probably 100 years old. They're not gonna sustain anything. You're gonna get what's going on in Fort Lauderdale. They're building all these high rises and the water mains are breaking all over the place. Is it a coincidence? I mean, I don't know.
Thank you, John. Next, we're going to have Jim, Robert, and Bruno. Jim, Robert, and Bruno. So Jim Welton first, and then it will be Robert Timms, and then Bruno Morris. So Jim, you're up. Please come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, and thank you. My name is Jim Welton. I live on Southeast 3rd Place in Dania. I echo the concerns that have been raised before. I noticed in the city manager's presentation about all the meetings and all the facts that were developed. What I noticed, though, was between his presentation and the planning director's presentation, nobody mentioned anything about we took the concerns of the citizens and decreased or made changes to our proposal. It just seems like this is the proposal, this has been the proposal, this will be the proposal, citizens' opinions be damned. And that's unfortunate. I could have moved anywhere. I've only been a resident in Dania for a year. I chose not to live in Fort Lauderdale because of the craziness that Fort Lauderdale represents. What I found in Dania was I get all the convenience of the craziness of Lauderdale when I need it, but I don't have to deal with it on a day-to-day basis. Nobody here wants to see parking lots and empty hotels and motels with drugs and prostitutes and whatever. Nobody does. I bet you all the money in my wallet, nobody does. Why is it necessary to increase the height allowance so severely? They're already zoned for multiple stories. Isn't that enough? Well, I'm not a real estate developer, so I don't understand why we have to go to such extremes to get such incentives back. And the incentives, $250,000, $500,000 for a project, so that we can put some pretty murals up. The ends don't justify the means.
Thank you, Jim, very much. Next, Mr. Sims.
Hi, my name's Robert Sims. I'm 32 Southwest 4th Street. Been a resident of Dania for approximately 58 years. You guys you didn't do your homework. The drainage, the water, the sewer. Anytime there's a development for home development, they have to upgrade the property first, do the drainage, do all the underground utilities before they build. You don't just knock a building down and put a new one up and say, hey, that's good. My concern is south of Sterling Road, the residents that live west of where the new zoning is. What's that going to impact with all the traffic coming through the neighborhood? Like everybody said, with the traffic that's on US 1 now, people are taking side streets to get by to get around. Kid's going to get run over and get killed. Who's it going to be on? A minute, right here. Okay? So what you're blowing up everybody's ass right now with this is bullshit. That's all I got to say.
Excuse me, let's move on to Bruno. Bruno, and then it'll be Paige and Donna and Jan. Thank you, Bruno.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sure you're all have a little, what do you call it, snug heaven? Let me put a 14-story building right next to your house.
Thank you, Bruno. Paige, if you would please come up.
Evening. Paige Robbins, 450 Southeast 7th Street. I have to say, I've had the honor of living in Dania Beach now for 4 years. I have never been able to take so much pride in any city I've ever lived in. I want to start by noting that your own planning and zoning board, the residents that you appointed to dig into this exact technical question, voted 4-1 to recommend denial of this ordinance. I'm asking you tonight to look closely at 3 specific reasons that concern is justified. First, hurricane evacuation. Your city's own comprehensive plan puts a hard cap on how much housing density can be added east of Federal Highway, especially because of how long it would take to evacuate from the storm area. City Center and South Federal Highway corridor, the 2 districts this ordinance affects, fall inside that cap zone. So my question is simple. How much of the cap have we already used up with projects that are already approved? And does this ordinance push us past that? If nobody can answer that tonight, I don't know that we have what we need to say this ordinance follows your own plan. Second, traffic, as many people have already stated. The city's own long-range traffic projection already showed Dania Boulevard and Federal Highway failing, meaning there are more cars on these roads than designed to handle at several points without this ordinance adding anything new. Before adding height and density here, that deserves real answers, not silence. Third, when looking at the stormwater master plan, and it was found that what I found is serious. Over a third of the stormwater basins citywide are already rated high or highest flooding risk. The city's own engineers identified 10 priority areas that need fixing at a total of $82 million. And that plan itself says the city doesn't currently have enough revenue to pay for it. One of those 10 trouble spots is right along the same corridor. Before we add more buildings and more pavement here, I'm asking, did anyone check that this new development wouldn't make new flooding problem worse? And how are we paying for the flooding that we already know about before adding to it? I'm not asking you to stop the growth. I'm asking you to do your due diligence. Answer these questions with real numbers before you vote and add more height and density to the city's own plan and data support. The vote can have a real impact on our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Donna Silverthorne. Donna, is Donna gone? No Donna. Jan White. Jan is gone. The next three up will be Paula Gatto, Lizette, and Catherine. So Paula, are you here? No Paula. Lizette is gone. Catherine Anderson. Please come up and state your name and address for the record. After Catherine, we will have Dirk Anderson, Lee Ann Sommers. Thank you. Catherine, please state your name and address.
Catherine Anderson, representing 100 128 South Federal Highway. Thank you for this time to address you again. I met with you last meeting as well.
Catherine, if you could move your mic a little closer so we can hear you better. Thank you.
Okay, is this better?
Yes.
Right. First of all, my mom's home was where Jackson's Ice Cream is. There was a time when that shopping center didn't exist, Jackson's Ice Cream did not exist, but my mom's home did. My mom's 87 years old, and in her bedroom today that she looks at, because that's pretty much what she's confined to, is a picture she drew when she was a child sitting on the porch of her home, and it's of the church that's across the street. Businesses have grown along Federal Highway since that day, and building heights were set that were proportionate to what the community was at that time. They provided jobs, and they provided revenue for the city to provide the resources to the community that was around them. But since that day, the urban sprawl has outpaced what the inner core of this city needed to do. We've been negligent for decades for not doing more along Federal Highway. And because of that, we now have urban sprawl to the limits of the city. And there are other places that draw people's attention that they go to instead of downtown. That's left our downtown area as a blight area. And to talk about the economics a little bit, which I hear so much about tonight, is when you have rental situations, hotel situations that allow you to pay the bills and you don't have enough incentive to change that, you're going to keep your motel, your hotel that's underperforming because at least it pays the bills and you have some good revenue. In order for somebody to want to come in and redevelop or to make the community better, you have to make it worth their while. I go to many communities. One of them that I see that is relevant to this, although very different, is Fort Pierce, where mobile homes were allowed to go everywhere. But those mobile home parks create so much rent. There is no incentive for that landowner to go in there and actually make something that's going to be beneficial for the community. And one of the things I hear tonight is how this is going to stress our resources. Well, if we have a failing infrastructure, redevelopment, revitalization is a way to cure it. Because those buildings have to provide new sewer systems, new water systems, new electrical systems that we don't have otherwise. And I'd rather have them pay for it than the existing residents have all their taxes raised.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, we have Dirk Anderson.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dirk Anderson. Thank you to everyone on the dais this evening. I'm at 126 South Federal Highway. We have an opportunity, we've heard regularly throughout these meetings that there is a shortage of revenue. And we hear regularly that the beauty of Dania Beach is its livability. We have a history of smaller neighborhoods, fantastic beach, lovely parks and rec that we even highlighted today. We have seasoned, established communities, and yet at the same time, things have changed. Things have changed. We built Dania Point. What a catalyst for this community. We have become a destination community rather than just simply a pass-through community. And we have heard regularly at the various meetings that we have a shortage, we have a revenue shortage. I trust that the city manager and everyone involved here clearly is trying to do everything they can to work within a reasonable budget. And yet we're realizing that we have a significant budget shortfall. Clearly, one opportunity that we have is by focusing, taking this opportunity to focus on our urban core, not the entirety of Dania Beach, to change all these density opportunities we have. So we can create an urban center that clearly has, as a destination, has retail opportunities, has multi-use, Ms. Sabino also highlighted many of these projects that also created great opportunity for retail and clarity. And so I strongly recommend that this is an opportunity simply because we're focusing on the federal highway corridor and not the rest of the community, so that these incentives can clearly create a great opportunity for higher revenue for our community to be able to continue their services that they're offering. Thank you.
Thank you, Dirk. Leanne Summers. The next three will be David Rively, Coleman Ryan, and Alexander. You'll have to pronounce that for me. All right. Leanne?
Good evening, Council. My name is Leanne Somers. I've been a resident of Dania Beach for almost 16 years now, and before that, Florida, and I call this my home since I've been 5 years old. I absolutely love South Florida, and this has been a place that I've grown up, and I've watched it change so much over the years. And I've watched Dania Beach change in the last few years in some wonderful ways, yes, and with other implications that have caused real impact on our daily life. We say in Dania Beach, see it, live it, love it. I don't love the idea that you guys are proposing right now. You already have standards that you haven't met, the 4-level stories, what you've already got zoned for. There's so much room for improvement staying within those parameters. I don't think that it's okay for you to continue growing beyond the measures that you can as it is. Our traffic, which everybody here seems to agree on, is ridiculous at this point. It's shocking to me that we haven't tripled the size of US 1 between Sheridan and Dania Beach and going up towards the airport yet. The trash has accumulated everywhere. I've never seen our city dirtier. The amount of people that are coming in is wonderful in the ways that you've offered it. If you expand it beyond this, it's too much. We're not ready to handle all of this. I think everybody seems to be agreeing on that. There has to be a way to keep our identity as Dania Beach and the soul of this community, which is so full of passionate people. People who've come here tonight and through your previous meetings telling you that they're not okay with these decisions you're making. Please know that you're here in service to us also. We can't vote, but you'd vote for us. Hear us, and thank you. Thank you for hearing that.
Thank you, Ms. Summers. David Rively, let's go. It'll be David, Coleman, and Alexander.
Hi, my name is David Rively, live 261 Southwest 7th Street, been in Dania for 35 years. I echo what Leanne just said. I echo what Michelle just said. I don't even know her, but I love everything she said. The traffic is insane. Yes, build what you already can build. You should not be building more. There's enough. The city is dirty. Drive by anywhere you go. It is filthy. the streets, the trees are not trimmed anywhere. Nothing is nice. You want to make this place nice? Make it nice. Don't build higher buildings. Don't build more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Coleman? If your name is called, please get ready to speak. We want to get these going as quickly as possible while respecting your rights. Coleman?
Coleman Ryan, 348 South Federal Highway. I heard you guys made a comment on the setbacks. I just wanted to clarify on that was, I spoke with all of you on the setback proposition and how we had a little bit of exposure there with, we have a lot of single-family homes in the city that are not zoned residential anymore. They're multifamily. The setbacks were there to protect the residents. I believe from my understanding of what you said in the meeting that we're covering that now. But I just think that's a kind of an example of how rushed this is. I mentioned it to all of you. I spoke with staff on it as well, but would it have been caught if I didn't bring it up? So I kind of feel like we should have a little bit of a more thorough review of this planning. I think the incentives could be a little bit tighter. Do we have exact details on, if they do a park, the size of the park? Is it actually going to be a park that residents are going to use? Are they going to use these rooftop public accesses, or is it not going to be something that's really going to be enjoyable for the public, just used to get extra stories on the building? The rush in the funding, I really do believe that we have an issue with the economy right now. That's why we're not getting a lot of these buildings for development projects coming forward, but we're bumping it to 14 in downtown. If they don't come at 14, are we upping it to 21 after that? That's, just something to think about. And I know everyone always speaks about with traffic and they say, oh, traffic's everywhere, this and that. I drive every day to work in Hallandale from Dania Beach, and I'll tell you, it's a hard line. Once you pass Sheridan Street and you get into Dania Beach, you can kind of have a sigh of relief and relax a little bit. It is different here, and I think everyone here would agree that they want to maintain that, and they love the city for who we are. So, thank you.
Thank you, Coleman. Alexander, Inna, and Rachel. If you can move closer to the podium. Do we have Alexander? Are you here? Going once. No Alexander. Inna, Ina, I don't know, Ina, I-N-N-A. Okay, no, Ina. Okay, we're moving on. Rachel Athrens. Oh, come on. Okay, so if you hear your name called, please move up a little bit closer. We have Rachel, Denia, and Richard. Rachel, Denia, and Richard will be next. If you can move closer, we'd appreciate it. Thank you, Rachel. State your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, hi, my name is Rachel Ahrens. I'm from 232 Southwest 3rd Terrace, Dania Beach. I've been a resident for 41 years. My parents before me, my grandparents before them. I'd like to express my opposition to the proposed permanent major height and density changes for Federal Highway in Dania Beach. I am concerned about the potential impact of these changes on the character and livability of our neighborhood. The proliferation of large-scale condominiums and apartments high-rises along Federal Highway from Old Griffin Road to Sheridan is a trend that I believe is detrimental to the area. I am particularly concerned about the potential encroachment on single-family residential homes and the associated infrastructure challenges that may arise from accommodating these developments. I advocate for a different approach that prioritizes presence of independent, locally owned businesses along Federal Highway. By fostering a vibrant mix of establishments, we can create inviting spaces for residents to socialize, dine, and shop. This vision aligns with the desire to transform Dania Beach into a destination that offers not only a pleasant living environment, but also a dynamic and engaging public realm. Improvements of already existing issues need to be made first. Overdevelopment is just that, and it's just not going to stop there. And I need to protect our residential homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rachel, Denia, Richard, and Najee. Please come closer if you are here and state your name and address.
Yes, my name is Tinia Demieux.
Put the microphone down. You can pull it, it'll come to you.
My name is Tinia Demieux. My address is 785 Nature's Cove Road. I've been a resident of Dania Beach for 22 years. And I came with some concerns after watching the video. I'm even more concerned now. I don't want to be repetitive. I agree with everything that my neighbors are saying. So I would like for you guys to reconsider. And I just wanted to express that I'm opposed to it.
Thank you, Dania.
Thank you.
Richard, and then Najee. Richard, are you here? Oh, it's Richard. There you are, Richard. Yes. State your name and address.
Good evening, Richard Coker. I'm an attorney, 1133 Southeast 4th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale. I'm here representing Benito Aristorza, who owns property at 233 North Federal Highway. It used to be kind of a vacant shopping center. He has demolished it now, ready for redevelopment. I spoke at the first hearing, urging you to pass this legislation, and I do so again today. This legislation will create the incentives that will allow quality development. This project, this property is in the middle of the Center City District at the gateway of Dania Beach on the north end, closer to the airport. These incentives are crucial to the quality development of that piece of property and other pieces of property close to the gateway of the city. Again, we urge you to adopt this legislation, allow this proposed project and other similar projects to go forward in the core of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Najee, Reg Finley, Mary Jane. Oh, Mary Jane. Is Mary Jane here? I think Mary Jane's gone. Yeah.
My name is Najee Atallah, and I had bought a business, a restaurant on US 1, South US 1, and I bought a house also. And the neighborhood, like everybody said, I think we have every day we have an issue with prostitution, drugs, and they're talking about dirty city. The dirty city is coming from the homeless and from the druggies, and that's what I see in my neighborhood. So, and the traffic is already here, and it's passing through traffic on Federal Highway. It's not people, it's a lot of passing through. If you look at the rush hour, it's full, it's already there. So we need to do something about cleaning up the area because it's unlivable over there on US 1. So I'm 100% with doing something, and this is what they're doing now. I think it's very good for the neighborhood, for the city too. And I'm sure the engineers who work in this, they're gonna work the water, the drainage, they're gonna do all this. So we let them do all this, and it's very good for the city. It should be done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is it Reg? And then Aaron Hollis, Cheryl Robinson, Sean DeRosa. Aaron?
Hello, good evening again.
Hold on a second.
There's negative gestures being pointed when speakers of a different position are going back.
If I,
It's definitely violating the call.
okay.
Okay.
If I see that, we are supposed, let's go ahead.
Aaron A1 Hollis, 26 Southeast 3rd Terrace. I'm actually against all rezoning and development right now. I think we need to take a break, take a pause. Like most of the residents spoke of, the traffic, it sucks. It's congested. It takes you 10 minutes just to get from Old Griffin to Sterling Road, and you're stuck at Sterling Road. There's so much to talk about too, but I also want to talk about the cleaning up of the community and the prostitution and everything. I'm all for that and whatever. But also I'd like to see the police go into some of these corner stores that's dealing our kids these tobacco and they're underage. I like to see them go in these smoke shops and, you know, take care of those situations with this vaping epidemic that's going on. I like to see these smoke shops be attacked or however you know what I'm saying. So I would like to see BSO go in and do something about that. And once again, the development and rezoning, I'm going to decline it. I don't want any of it. Being a lifelong resident from Dania, we see the changes, and it's not helping us. It's just creating more problems. So I'd like for you guys to take into account of what the residents are saying and vote down on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hollis, Sean DeRosa, and then Cheryl Robinson. Sean DeRosa, please.
Good evening, Sean DeRosa. Tonight is one of the most important legislative decisions this commission will ever make. Make no mistake, this is not a vote on one development application. This is a vote on substantially changing the development rules that will govern Dania Beach for decades to come. These are not minor technical developer amendments. They are permanent legislative policy decisions that will shape our neighborhoods, our infrastructure, our environment, and our quality of life long after every one of us has left this room this evening. Your own Planning and Zoning Board voted 4-1 to recommend denial. Residents have repeatedly asked straightforward questions. Where were the legitimate public workshops held within the federal highway neighborhoods that will be directly impacted by these extreme development incentives? Where were the federal highway neighborhood meetings that gave families living adjacent to these corridors a meaningful opportunity to understand and comment on these massive increases in height, density, and development intensity before this ordinance reached a final vote? And remember, North Federal Highway includes a special exception approval. Page 4, top of the page. You can go above 14 floors on a special exception approval. Where's the build-out analysis showing many additional residents and vehicle trips these incentives could generate? Where are the traffic studies? Where are the stormwater studies? Where are the water and sewer capacity analysis? Where's the hurricane evacuation analysis? The issue is whether developer incentives of this magnitude should be approved without demonstrating to the public how they will affect traffic, flooding, infrastructure, emergency evacuation, neighborhood compatibility, and the daily lives of the residents who already live here. Residents already experience heavy flooding, traffic congestion, increasing demands on public infrastructure. Approving ordinances that substantially increase development intensity without first demonstrating how those impacts will be addressed creates a significant risk that these existing challenges will become even more severe while diminishing the quality of life for all Dania Beach residents. This is not simply a vote about buildings. It is a vote about whether the neighborhoods surrounding Federal Highway will remain places where families can safely live and enjoy their homes, or whether extreme developer incentives will fundamentally alter those neighborhoods for generations to come. Every commissioner took an oath to serve the public interest. That responsibility extends beyond today's development pressures. It extends to the families who will live with these decisions for the next 20, 30, and 50 years. When future generations ask what happened to the Dania Beach they once knew, tonight's vote may become part of that answer. A substantial developer incentive ordinance deserves substantial public confidence. If that confidence does not exist, the responsible vote is no. Tonight, I respectfully ask each of you to vote no on these extreme developer incentive amendments. Protect our neighborhoods, protect our residents, protect the long-term interests of our community.
Thank you, Mr.
Protect
DeRosa.
the unique
You may
character of
sit
Dania
down
Beach
now.
that generations have cherished, and protect the future of Dania Beach.
Thank you, and sit down. Ms. Cheryl Robinson, please state your name and address for the record. Hold on, Ms. Robinson. Next up, we will have Dorothy, Catherine, and Bettina. Go ahead, Ms.
Cheryl
Robinson.
Hollandale, Florida, candidate seat 2. I ain't gonna lie, I love you, Mr. Sean. I love you so much. I love any resident that stand up for what they believe in, and they stand up for their people. They stand up for just their city, their community. I love it. I ain't gonna lie, man. I love the applauding. I love the energy. I'm just happy y'all standing up for y'all stuff, man. Y'all don't understand how many years, I feel like us as residents that's from Hollandale, Hollywood, all of the areas, Danny, I feel like us as residents, we've been asleep, y'all, for a long time. It's time for us to wake up, y'all know. And I just love this energy, y'all. I love y'all standing up. I love everybody coming together and speaking out. I just love this energy, man. And of course I'm against it. I hate the fact that we just keep building up things. And most of the time, mostly every time, 95% of the time, the lone residency, the natives of the community don't even get to utilize it or get nothing of a part of it. Building all of these things, and they come here and say, oh, affordable housing. We have to learn what's the vocabulary of affordable housing. Because what's affordable for you is not affordable for me. So you got to understand how these developers come in and they've been manipulating us for quite some time. Because even me, I used to be like, yeah, they doing affordable housing. Yay, we need that. And then when we get it, it doesn't even be for us, guys. So we got to just keep on fighting. When these developers come in, we need to get them away. And truth be told, a lot of us in these cities, we have great developers. We have great electricians. We have plumbers. We have things that we can start utilizing our residences to build our community too. For the money, the revenue, everything can keep being into the community. It's very hard. They talking about the traffic. Let's talk about the gas prices. I just want the city to really start giving back to us as the residents. We love you guys. We understand y'all want to see new things and things like that. But what about the people, man? It hurts my feelings to keep seeing $1 million buildings coming up and the people can barely pay their bills. That's why I'm running for commission. I'm a felon and all. I'm not the best person in the world, but I love the people. I want to serve the people. When you guys speaking about the cleaning up, you know, if I was a commission, I would have got out there and cleaned it up. A lot of things we need to start serving the people, y'all. There's a lot of these commissions, y'all looking cute, looking good and stuff, but get a little dirty. If y'all want to really do something, we need to stop letting the middlemen and people come in our community like they got the best benefit for it, and they really don't. They build things up, they run off, they leave the people. We don't have nothing. It looks good, it sounds good. Let's start doing it for the people, y'all. Let's really start doing it for our residency. And again, I'm against that. If it's not for the city of Danny, hey, we'll boycott it. We'll go all the way up, guys. We got to start getting revolutionary out here.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Dorothy, it'll be Catherine and Bettina. Dorothy, are you still here? Dorothy's gone. Catherine, and then it'll be Bettina, and then Lily Skipper.
Good evening. My name's Catherine Christopher, and I live at 55 Southwest 14th Street, less than a block from Federal Highway near Sheridan Street. I would love to see something done about the hotels and the crime in that area, no doubt. But I don't know that this amendment solves that. I don't understand why the current zoning can't fix that with redevelopment at lower levels. So this is the second and final reading, so tonight you actually decide this. I'm asking you to vote no. Let's be clear about what this ordinance does. In city center, it takes the base from 50 units per acre to 150, and from 7 stories to 14, with more than 14 possible by special exception. On South Federal Highway, it doubles the units and takes buildings to 8 stories. These are only 1-story blocks today. The city calls the way you get there incentives and community benefits. I'd ask you to look closely at what those benefits actually are. A developer earns extra height and density by providing a plaza or a paseo, which can be pavement, not green space, or a rooftop deck, which sits on top of the building and absorbs no rainwater, or public parking, which is a garage, or a public parks payment, which is a check into the citywide fund that can be spent anywhere, not on our corridor. So the neighborhood that absorbs 14 stories may get no real green space at all. And here's the part that makes no sense for a flood zone. To hand out those bonuses, this ordinance lets the required pervious rain-absorbing ground drop all the way to 0, from 10% in the city center and from 15% on the South Federal Highway corridor. My block already floods. It's in a flood zone. It didn't used to be. And that's not fixed by eliminating the ground that soaks up the rain. And the projects that are going on now to address the flood zones, my neighborhood's not included. But instead, there might be a several-story high building with no pervious rain-absorbing areas. We're designated in a coastal high-hazard flood area. State law expects density decisions to be backed by drainage and hurricane evacuation analysis, and none has been shown to us. So where is the proof that this is safe? There is no stormwater study, no build-out. Well, I guess one's in progress, but it's been told to us in the presentation that it's in progress. It hasn't been completed. I'd like to see that. No build-out analysis, no traffic or evaluation analysis for the added population, permanent zoning decisions.
Thank you. I'm going to have to stop you there. Thank you, Bettina, and then Lily, and then Ed Stacker. Bettina, is Bettina still here? Bettina? Nope. Lily, please come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Lily Skipper, 716 Southeast 3rd Court. I've been a Dania Beach resident for over 20 years. I was born and raised in Hollywood Lakes. I've lived in the area for over 46 years. My first birthday parties were at Jackson's. My first job was at Jackson's. My parents took me to Tugboat Annie's. And my friends and I were always at Grand Prix back in the day. So I've loved the unique charm of Dania Beach all of my life. Because I care so much about our city, I'm super involved in our community. I'm in the art board, I'm on the chamber, I'm in the improvement committee and the historical society. But as a longtime resident, I want to actually speak in support of the proposed density change along US 1. The question isn't whether our city should grow, it's how we grow. We can't put Dania Beach in a snow globe on a shelf and expect it to never change. Smart growth can improve our quality of life while preserving what makes our city so special. Think about the old Highline Casino. It used to be gross, let's call it what it was. But thanks to the beautiful renovation, today it's a destination point. I have wonderful memories of Grand Prix, but Dania Point was a tremendous upgrade. That's what thoughtful redevelopment can do. Sure, US 1 has some great businesses, but much of the corridor is filled with aging motels, smoke shops, antique stores, and vacant storefronts. That's not the best use of the main gateways into our city, and how often do our residents actually frequent those establishments? Not many new businesses are coming to East Dania Beach as it is currently, and many that are on US 1 right now are struggling for business. Revitalizing that corridor can attract new businesses to bring in greater variety of businesses for us. That would then create more places for residents to enjoy and improve safety by replacing properties that have long contributed to crime and blight. Other cities have invested in improving their US 1 corridors, and now it's our turn. This is an opportunity to make our city more walkable, which I know a lot of residents actually would appreciate. And while I understand some residents are against the proposal, but let's say it doesn't pass, then what? How do we bring new businesses to the area? What other ways do we clean up US 1? Many people are giving a complaint, but not a solution. This proposal is a viable solution. Finally, I've heard people say the city doesn't care about its residents. My experience has been exactly the opposite. Whenever I've reported safety concerns or neighborhood issues, the city staff always responds quickly, professionally, with a genuine desire to help. Because of those experiences, I trust this commission and our city staff to guide Dania Beach's future responsibly, doing what is right for its residents and working on smart, well-planned growth. And for residents who care deeply about preserving our city's history and character, I invite them to join us on the Improvement Committee or the Historical Society. We all want what's best for Dania Beach. I simply believe this proposal is an opportunity to help make our city even better. So again, I'm in support of the proposed density change along US 1. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lily. Ed Stacker, Robert Kirschgraber, and then Lisa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Ed Stacker. I'm an attorney. My address is 201 East Las Olas Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale. I'm here this evening supportive of this ordinance, and I think a picture is worth 1,000 words, and the Deputy City Manager's slides showed what can be done and has been done over time in the city of Dania Beach. You all are at the focal point, as you well know, of the airport and the port. I've been practicing in Broward for more years than I care to admit, and have been driving through here, stopping here, and trust me, you're not looking to be a Fort Lauderdale, and you're not being asked to compromise your infrastructure requirements with these types of incentives. But I encourage you to what's the saying? Carpe diem, seize the day, and vote approval on this ordinance this evening. Thank you.
Why was he allowed to speak? He's not a resident.
Excuse me, we've been respectful up to this point. Anybody who comes to a commission meeting has the right to speak during public comments if they put in a paper to speak during public comments. So we will allow people who are non-residents to speak. We are almost finished, and I appreciate we're almost done. So let's just get to the end. Let's get to it respectfully, and let's move on, and so that we can move this meeting forward. Mr. Robert Kirschgraber, and then Lisa Arriaga, and then Brenda Shalafor will be the last public comment.
Robert Kirschgraber, 2725 Treasure Cove Circle, Dania. One heck of a turnout here tonight. I guess part of the question that I'm asking before we move forward with this is, what if we do nothing? What if we do nothing? Or put this on hold till we wait for that $600,000 study we just approved today for our sewer lines, for our water lines? When you're saying the developers are going to replace these lines, they sure as heck aren't going to replace them all the way at the treatment plant. They're going to replace them to the main. Little FYI for y'all. Vero Beach is in the process of redoing their sewer system, their sewer treatment plant. They're a smaller city than Dania Beach. It's $175 million, folks. That's a lot of money. We've had issues with developers on Griffin Road, making promises to residents, this, that, the other thing. I haven't run across a broke developer yet. I don't think, being the age of the city that we are, we're now well over 120 years old, that this is any type of emergency. I think further studies need to be done. I think the residents have pretty much spoken on everything that I agree with. You know, if it's crime, it's BSO. If it's blight, it's code. And if the prosecutors in the bench is sending these people back out, maybe we need to bring them in here and ask the prosecutors why they're looping these people back out in our areas and why they're not being held. Because I do believe BSO is doing their job. They're just getting looped back out. So concrete's not going to fix that. Drainage, developers, I'm at a loss. Y'all there are definitely commissioners up there that ran on this development issue, to pause it. And I'm asking you guys to honor what you brought up when you wanted to be elected. And I'd like to see this thing at least tabled with a no vote until these studies are done, until we realize the full impact. You know, you say you're protecting these neighborhoods, but you're really not. What about the people that want to see the sunrise in the morning? They're not going to get that benefit anymore because there's going to be a 14-story building. Okay? And we can't handle the traffic and the drainage and everything we got going on now. Certain presentations were made tonight and they were spun. I call it a spin master. They selectively cherry-picked certain areas. Certain speeches were given tonight that were all selective, very, very selective. But it's not addressing the fact of what if we don't do it now. I think we're pushing this forward so we can cover checks that we need to write in the future. And we don't have a revenue problem, folks. We got a spending problem, and y'all need to learn a little bit within your budget.
Thank you, Mr. Kirschgraber, and we are moving on to Lisa Arriaga. Excuse me, we're almost done. We have 2 more comments. I have already made enough. If anyone shouts out BSO, remove them from this. Remove them from the chambers. All right, please, please,
Okay, it's Lisa.
Hold on, Lisa, hold on. We're almost there.
It's okay. I'm the last one, maybe.
You're second to last,
Okay.
Lisa. We knew it was gonna be a rough night, but
Nope.
overall, you guys got about a B minus.
All
No,
right.
I'm just kidding.
Thank you for your patience.
Go
And
ahead.
and again, it's Lisa Arrigo, like gotta go Arrigo, but no relation. I have been here for 37 years. I really love Dania Beach. Okay, we were looking to move, but it's like, why? Where? We love this. This is home. I raised 2 children here. Now my daughter's gonna have, I'm gonna have my first grandbaby, and I really wanna enjoy my grandson here. But this development issue is, we do need to do something. It'd be so nice to drive US 1 and take pride, have a pretty city, look like Boca, maybe look like Vero Beach, which is really cute, look a little bit like Las Olas, but I applaud the effort, but not with high rises. And for example, like the mitigation, I'm here 37 years, I've had canoes go down my alley. That's so we do need to plan in advance, not late. But please consider that, these high rises, it's not gonna help. It's gonna make it worse, but we have Dania Point, it's great, but we need to have a little bit more of that, functionality and smart growth, like the other lady said. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Ms. Shalafort, please come up, and this will be our last comment from the citizens. 41, thank you.
Wow. What more is there to say? That we haven't heard from our city manager, our deputy manager, and our director of development. It's the other side. Key question: what is our carrying capacity? And if you don't know the answer to that question, I don't think any of us have any business doing any of this. How much more traffic can we take? At what point are our pipes going to burst? And they will. Talk to anyone in Fort Lauderdale. Daily basis. We have to understand what our carrying capacity is. How much more we can take. We don't do it on a case-by-case basis, project by project. Because what happens when you give the entitlements and the last developer steps up and says, I'm ready? Sorry, we have no capacity. They're gonna sue you. Council here will tell you that. They have told you that. So don't be handing out entitlements you don't even know you can give. I love smart growth initiatives. I love development. I love redevelopment and revitalization. We need to clean things up. Federal Highway. Federal Highway is nothing new. It's been like that for how long? Y'all have been through here for a while. All of a sudden we have to do this because Federal Highway's a problem? Well, guess what? Chief Terrell is doing his job. And if he needs more help doing his job, then we get him more help doing his job. We don't pour concrete. And if landowners are not taking care of their properties, we hold them to a higher standard. If there's a blade of grass out of line in my yard, I hear about it. Of course, it doesn't happen often. I take pride in that. But you hold the landowners accountable. They don't need to get the lollipops. Why the incentives? We can do development today with our code. It has been done. Why now all of a sudden? I don't understand. Just handing out candy. It's crazy. Please, I implore you, answer the question, please. What is our carrying capacity? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shalafort. That means the public comment is now closed, and we will move on. Thank you. Public comment is closed. And we will move on to any commission comments at this time. Do I have a motion or any comments from the commission? No one? Nobody wants to? Do I have a motion, a comment? Come on, commission, we got, we got, who's on first? All right, Commissioner Ramoli.
All right, thank you, Mayor. First of all, when this item was read the first time, I made it a point to make sure that we were going to delay the second reading until this commission meeting tonight. And the very reason I did that is I wanted to hear from residents. Despite all of the flyers, the social media, and all the negative comments that were made about this item, not one person made an appointment with my office to speak to me personally, one-on-one. I received emails in favor and opposed to this issue, both. So there are other people are out here, you heard some of them, that were in favor of this proposal. But I delayed it specifically because I wanted to hear from our residents. Nobody called me. I even called people that commented on social media, and they didn't even return my call. And I'm not blaming anybody here, but I'm saying I would have loved to sat down with people to explain my position and why I voted for it the first time. And I'm very happy to have anybody call my number again once we decide on what we're going to do here tonight. I know maybe if it passes, it might be too late in your mind, but it's never too late. Because right now, and I also take offense to anybody who suggests that I am taking money for my decisions on this dais. If you want to come do this job, then you run for office. I didn't run for office to make money on the side. I have a business in Dania Beach, and I've had it here for almost 30 years. I've lived in Dania Beach for 30 years. I live on Southeast Fifth Avenue. I see traffic go through my Southeast Fifth Avenue, and I've seen that from day one when I moved there until now, and it's gotten worse. But you know why? Because the development that's happening south of Federal Highway, in Hollywood, in Hallandale, that traffic is coming through my neighborhood. The other thing I want to mention is that, does anybody drive outside of Dania Beach? I do. Guess what? You're part of the traffic problem in other cities, in other communities. So just because we have traffic, it's South Florida, folks. South Florida is a desirable place to live here. And people are going to move here, and there's going to be traffic. I had several people tell me, hey, you ran on no development. That's not true. I ran on smart development. And then I got threats from people saying, well, I'm never going to re-elect you again for sure. Well, you know what? That's fine. Because I didn't do this job to get re-elected. I did this job to do what I can to make Dania Beach a better place for not only me, but for my family. My entire family lives here. I own property. I own 3 properties here in Dania Beach. So I feel it too. And if I could change the traffic issues that we have in Dania Beach with the staff, I'd love to do that, folks, but we're never going to do that because we're in a strategic location. We're minutes from the airport and the seaport. Not only Dania Beach goes to the airport and the seaport, people south of us. People work in Fort Lauderdale. They come from Fort Lauderdale through Dania Beach to Hollywood, to Hallandale. We're not going to solve those traffic problems. We can try to mitigate some of it, but we're never going to solve it. You know, I really appreciate the fact that people came in here and engaged with us. I really do. And I respect everyone's opinion, but we all have opinions. It's just not one-sided. There are people out there that are for this, and there's people against it. And what our job here is to do is the best we can for our city and the residents of our city. And just because if this passes, doesn't mean it's carte blanche to build something. It still has to go through the regulatory approvals. we still, as a commission, have an opportunity to say no to something. We want smart development. We want good development. And hopefully, if this passes, we will have people come forward with that smart development. And we will take a look at every single proposal and give the merit it deserves. And if you own property in Dania Beach, you would want this too. So in closing, I'm just saying, I'm giving that opportunity for people once again. You obviously have flyers because you wouldn't have been here if you didn't see the social media presence. You have my number. Contact me. Make an appointment. And I'd be happy to sit down and talk with you and explain to you why I voted the first time and why, and whatever my decision is tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Public comment is closed at this time. We had as many comments as we possibly can. We give everybody 3 minutes, and so public comment is closed. It cannot be reopened. Do I have another comment from the commission? Thank you, Commissioner Romoli. Okay. Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor.
All right, I'll speak. Commissioner Morley, I appreciate your comments. Those are, at least you put it out there point blank. You know, the whole history of some of I don't know how many people there were 10 years ago, 12 years ago. I ran for election and I was voted mayor. And at that time when I was voted mayor, people were all happy and stuff. And as time went on, and everybody knew I ran on pro-development. They knew it. I made it was in my flyers. I wanted to develop the city. I wanted to bring revenue in. I wanted to make us a better place. I wanted to be able to put more police out there, build our fire department up, clean our streets up. And I heard a lot of comments tonight about some of the stuff, which I'm trying to not get too excited and make a rebuttal on all that because it's an opinion. But when Dania Point came up, and I took abuse. I took a lot of abuse. Oh, you're going to overdevelop the city. I can't believe you're doing this. I can't believe you're putting this out there. I can assure you, everybody in this city, I'd almost bet 98% of you have been to Dania Point and enjoyed it. And, you know, well, I said 98%, thank you. Anyhow, the point of it is that after it got built, and while it was going on, my election came up. I lost my election. I don't know why I ran again, but I did. And you know what? I got voted back in twice. This is my last term, period. But you know, the thing is that I see how people fluctuate on how they want it to be today. They don't want it today, but all of a sudden it comes up there and all of a sudden you love it. And then, you know, I understand that you don't want to have all this development up and down the highway. We're trying to do the best we can to put it out there. But you know, the other part about this, and I think some of it we're missing, is I hear people, oh, you got a lot of money. You can do this, and the streets look dirty. And I see the streets out there, getting the trees trimmed all the time. I see the street sweepers going by there, and we have a lot of money. Well, you know what? Our budget is bad right now, and internally, I'm hearing that we're going to have to cut people coming October 1st because we don't have enough money in the budget to fund some of the positions. So how do you get the money? You have to build revenue, you know. And then on top of it all, coming up, we have another vote statewide about our property taxes. $2 million. If you caught our last meeting, I think it's almost $2 million that we're going to lose if they do the property taxes. Where are we going to get that money from? Everybody wants to talk about I want, but they don't see how we get it. And you know what? And that frustrates me because I'm in business and I know what it takes to make money. And sometimes it doesn't come in and sometimes I struggle, but sometimes I make it work and sometimes I don't. But you know, the thing is that you can't have everything the way you want it. And that's why, as Commissioner Romoli said, I got as equally as many calls and texts and emails that were for this as against this. You know, I mean, you already know my vote. My vote's progressive. You know, I mean, I won't be shy about it. I won't hide from it. That's just the way I've always been. I always supported staff and tried to make it right. I mean, we do a lot of work, and all those people are educated to do their jobs. I know people are always opposed to this, and they're going to be opposed no matter what we do. If we did one story higher, there'd be probably half as many people here complaining. But you know, I'm just letting you know that there's a lot more out there that you think about. And you know what? One of the things you said that I really like, I hear a lot of the same people complaining over and over and over. Why don't you take and run for city commission and make your choice up here? It's hard to believe that you don't want to step up and make a better place or change the place that you love, that you're so passionate about, that I constantly see up here complaining about how bad of a job we do. Then do something about it and run for it. I'd love to step down. If I could step down today and give you my job, I would. But if you could do better than I am, I'd be happy to hand it to you. Because I'm not up here for the money and I'm not up here for the fame. I'm up here to do what's best for my city. I've lived here all my life in the same home for 73 years. And I love my house. I love my home. My kids live across the street, around the block, and my family lives out in Griffin Road. So we're vested in the cities too. So the decisions I make affect my family just as much as anything else. So you know what? I'm sorry that you may not like this, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to vote for it. And I'm going to ask to pass this motion. I'll be the first one to make the motion to pass if nobody else does, but that's how I'm going to go for it, because I think it's best in our interest right now to put these buildings up, moderate, like he says. We get a choice how it goes up and how they follow the flooding issues and how they follow all the other things that go on. There are building codes they have to follow. They just can't go popping them up. So as far as that goes, I've talked enough. You're going to hear the opposites and up and down.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I'm done. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ryan.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. And most importantly, thank you to the residents for coming out. I haven't seen this many residents at a meeting in a long time. I know what it takes to come up here. It's uncomfortable. A lot of you guys aren't public speakers. You're taking time out of your day, but you care. And, you guys are residents here, and you are our most valuable commodity, all right? We work to protect you. We work to make you happy. Work to give you parks, work to take care of your children, and try and improve your neighborhoods the best we can. I'm born and raised here, okay? It's no secret, okay? I grew up 2 blocks off US 1 on Southeast 8th Street. After college, I lived directly on US 1 for 3.5 years, right at the Four Palms. Then I bought my first house 1 block off US 1, which was actually on the block of the lovely Dania Motel that was showed in the picture before. And right now, I still live 1 block off US 1 on 2nd Avenue. So I have lived on the east side and the west side of US 1 on the south side of Sterling, basically my entire life, very close to it. So I'm very familiar with it. I don't want this to be rushed. I want to talk to you guys about the details of this and maybe come up with some sort of agreement, okay? I don't think we should just blanketly approve this. Let's remember that this was proposed by our staff to our P&Z board after we just said consensus for a plan on the Griffin Road corridor, the Beachway Plaza corridor, US 1. It was for our entire city. And it seemed kind of rushed because the height and density reduction that we passed 3 years ago, that took forever. It took a very long time. And I want to remind you that we unanimously passed that. And it was something that we all kind of tipped our cap on because we were very proud of it as commission, whether we were running or talking to residents about it. We were very proud of that, and I'm proud of it still. But there's issues that come with this, and that's what I want to talk to you guys about. We have a lot of problems, it's parking, traffic, public safety infrastructure, green space, bulk and, disposal of new waste with the increased compliance, right? Compliance with the developers, pressure on the zoning, and pressure on our staff and our building department. Okay, we have to add new positions to that also. And it's an invasion of some of our historical blocks in Dania. I'll get down to that in a minute. But one of my biggest issues, I would say, along this US 1 corridor, that was always a residential corridor in Dania. Okay, it started off as residences. So now, like I said, I bought my house 1 block off US 1 on 2nd Avenue. If there was a 7-story unit right on US 1 or 14-story apartment building and they're staring into my backyard, me and my kids are swimming in our pool, that's invasion of privacy. I don't think that has even been brought up or even thought of. So I hope that, please
We
know.
on your action item, folks. We're
Like I
almost
said, this is
done.
business and I'm just bringing that up. So this is something I want us to consider, okay? It's where I live, I see it. You put a 7-story building right now, they're gonna be looking in my backyard. And what do you do about a guy with binoculars looking in your backyard? Call the police? I don't think so, all right? I don't know how it's gonna work. I think there's still plenty of opportunity with the current zoning that we have. Like I said, we worked extremely hard on the setbacks and the height. It's 4 stories south of Sterling, and it's 7 stories north of Sterling. I think that is room. It's not like we're just killing development. I don't believe in a moratorium of development. That hurts your city. This doesn't hurt our city. It's still open. This isn't a micro problem for us. We have to look overall. Developers aren't building anywhere right now because of outside rates, because of the federal loan rate, the private lending rate, okay? The cost of materials. That's why developers are halting this right now. And I've spoken to many developers also, because this is a very important issue. Ones that worked in our city, ones that worked outside of our city. And they said that the inventory was booming so much that the market hasn't caught up with it yet, okay? So they're waiting for a market adjustment, either to fill up the buildings a little more, market adjustment with the rates, and then they're gonna start building again, okay? Who knows how long that could be, 1 to 2 years. And mind you, with this change, it's still gonna take forever. If we approve 100 stories down US 1 right now, we wouldn't see the impacts of that positively until, at least 3 to 5 years from now. So if we're talking about losing $3 million the first year from this tax, and then losing $7 or $8 million the second year, this is not gonna save us no matter what we do. It's not gonna just bring in money like that. It's not gonna flow in. There's other ways that we can make revenue, and that's why I want to explore more as a commission, okay? Let's look at what we did with the parking rates down at our beach. We were charging $2.50, $3 an hour for parking. We bumped it up to $5 an hour. Our residents can still buy a pass for $40 for a year. Bumped up to $5 an hour. We went from making $5 to $6 million a year on our parking to almost $12 million. Something like that, a decision like that, offsets this monetary deficit without totally defacing the city and changing everything, okay? US 1 is the most sensitive area, like I said, regarding residential properties. I break US 1 neighborhoods down into 4 sections, okay? You got the southeast section, the southwest section, the northeast section, and the northwest section. And they're all gonna be affected differently, okay? I'll try and zoom in on some pictures and show you later. But let's also remember that this failed 4-1 on the P&Z, okay? So it's not just listening to residents come out, it's listening to our own residents that we appointed on the P&Z board. And the only vote for yes on the P&Z board was my appointment, okay? I put people into place that challenge me, somebody that is pro-development. And I listen to him, I talk to my P&Z appointee, but we disagree on this, okay? His biggest thing is about motels, all right? I've driven up and down US 1 more times than I can remember just recently, trying to figure out this issue and see what's going on. We have 7 motels, okay, south of Sterling, and we have 1 north of Sterling. That's hundreds and hundreds of lots on US 1. And I know there's stigmatisms that come with motels, okay? There's negatives and there's, prostitution, there's drug dealings, but I promise you that there's still prostitution and drug use is going on in these new high-rises as well right now. So it's not just a motel problem. And also, we want to talk about motels. BSO, our homeless outreach program, partners with the motel at Pharaoh's Court, and he houses homeless people in transition, helping them out. I know we don't like to say motels. It's a dirty word for us high-class people, huh? Everybody in this room is too proper to talk about a motel or stay at a motel, but it does provide a certain type of living for people. I work in my real estate office. I've had single mothers come in with their 2 kids. They're living at a motel looking for, $1,000 a month apartment. They can't find that, but it's still more affordable to live at that motel. So let's not forget about those people. Let's just not say that prostitutes and drug dealers frequent motels. And it's on us to regulate it. And I have more than enough confidence in our BSO. Now that they're paying attention to it, they're gonna clean it up. I know that they're gonna clean it up. And then when our zoning gets on them, they're gonna hammer them even more. We talk about being more tough on zoning. That sounds like a good place to start. But let's just not talk about all the negative stigmatisms with motels. I want to talk about parking about this, okay? I live on the same block as Mad Arts. They abuse the parking all around 2nd Avenue, all up and down 4th Street and 4th Terrace, okay? And the city just tore down 2 more trees in my neighbor's lot so they could park more on the swale. So what are we going to do when we put a 7-unit building right there with 200 more residents. You know, what are we going to do with the parking right there? Look at Apollo Properties right here, okay? On First Avenue. They're parking up and down Northwest First Avenue. They put tow-away signs on a public right-of-way that they don't own because people were publicly parking there. And now we're about to talk about charging people to park on Northwest First Avenue. So who does that benefit? It doesn't benefit me as a business owner right down the block that now my customers have to pay for parking because development's put up there. I don't see any benefits from that. That's just part of the point, okay? And with these new, we talk about community development, right? I mean, community benefit. And we also talk about, what's the word? Activity centers, public opportunity. I don't see that in these new developments. I don't see it in Seaview. I don't see it in Ocean View. You can't go in there unless you're a resident. I don't see it at 101 Dania Beach. 101 Dania Beach is our new affordable housing. The residents are no longer allowed to go on the balconies out there, and then we get complaints of drug use there as well and poor management. The only place where I saw some type of activity was at Apollo Properties, and he's putting in a gym, but they need 120 spots of our parking garage in order to put a gym in for public access. So, you know, I think we're pretty much out of spaces to provide for parking lots. For public parking to developers to give it to them permanently. Can I see some of these pictures, please? Ralph, put them up. I don't know what order they're in, but we'll just go over them and I'll go from there. Just let me know when you put them up. And let's look at the original outlay of a lot of these properties on US 1, okay? Yeah, just leave it on that one, that's fine. On US 1, it's like you have commercial property on that first block, and then you kind of have transient housing, okay? You know, Marco. There's duplexes, triplexes, kind of buffering US 1, and then it gets more into the single-family home properties, okay? So there almost is a natural buffer between development and single-family houses. Now we're trying to put the development right up against into single-family houses, and we're also cutting into there. All right, let me see this one. This is, where's this lot? Okay, in the bottom right-hand corner, those are all residential properties. Those are all residential properties. So these people have owned these houses for, generations. And now what's going to happen? We're going to impede on that? How a developer is going to buy in on that property? So those residential units, it's kind of like we're ignoring these long-term residential owners. Okay, so I would like to move that line a little more in on the commercial side, because you can't cut into single-family homes like that. You can't. Those are single-family properties. Give me another picture. What do we got? Okay, there we go. That's where the Dania Motel was. Okay, and everything around those blue lines, those are all single-family homes. So you're going to put a 7-story building right in the middle, and they're just going to look over everybody's property all around there. It just, that doesn't make sense to me. I know there should be development there. At 4 stories, it makes sense. At 7 to 14, it doesn't make so much sense. Give me another picture. This is what happens. This is what happens when you have the zoning like this. You see those 2 single-family homes? So developer gets all the lots, tries to buy out the lots, they hold out, and he goes, you know what, guess what, I'm going to build anyway. The city showed us the picture of that, but they showed us on the other side. They didn't want to show us that side. And let's just take that into consideration. Are we going to have more of that? I don't think that should ever be allowed to happen in a city, especially with new development. We should know better than that. And what we're doing when we allow those residential properties into it is we're allowing this type of activity to happen. We should not allow that. So we have to modify that or something with the city staff in order so something like that does not happen again, okay? And when it comes to the incentives, I'll talk about the incentives now. The incentives right now are open space, public parking, parks, attainable housing, and rooftop activation. None of that, I think, really helps the surrounding neighborhood. So I would want to focus more on some of the incentives that I was thinking about were ground floor activation. I think that would be an incentive to keep them, to add it up. So we have ground floor activation accessible to the public. I think long-term accountability mechanisms that you could hold a developer to would be more of a success. I think infrastructure and mobility incentives, and also public safety capacity as well. I always say this at whatever forum or I'm at, is each high-rise you see requires a couple police officers and a couple firefighters. All right, each firefighter and police officer is $250,000 a year. So if you're making $500,000 a year on one development, you need an extra police officer for that. That's $250,000 right there. You're cutting in half, okay? So it's not like we just take in this money. And when we talk about money that's coming in, for an example, okay, I don't want to do this a hot topic, but we'll just say that, there's an airline that had a $250 million facility. It's still there in Dania, okay? And we make about $1.2 million off it. That's $250 million facility. We make $1.2 million. So let me ask you, how much money do we need from 250 in order to offset the deficit? We need $2 billion of development on US 1 to pay for our police and fire. I don't know. I don't think it's thought about enough. I think we really need to crunch the numbers. Give me another picture. What do you got? There's another example. So that house is actually like one of the oldest houses in Dania. It was built by our founder, Andrew Christian Frost. And it's just an example of an up house. Like everything is surrounded by it. And that lot is no longer ever going to be useful. It's just going to be a single family home surrounded. And then what happens when, they want to sell or they want to move on? It totally devalues their property value. Let me see another picture, please. Okay, yeah, that's the overall city center. That's fine. We're good. All right, so I want to focus on the better incentives, and I also want to talk about 150 units an acre. This is, that's quite an undertaking. We never even went to 150 units an acre. I'm sure maybe in Dania Point, but when we were talking about, the commission was talking about raising the height and density on one building on Gateway Plaza that had no residential around it. It was 8 stories and 75 units an acre, and that was like the battle of the bulge right there to get that passed. So, I like that same type of analysis from the commission. I hope we could continue it on into these other areas. And that's another thing, too. I think we should almost put this aside and focus on other areas. But if we're going to talk about this now, I want to at least entertain these changes with the commission that we could consider possibly to get done. Let's talk about some of the properties that were brought up, okay? The Celeste Seaside, which was the old Pirates Inn. When that was being built, it collapsed the building's neighbor's wall next door, and that was a big issue. And there's still vacancies that have been there since they built that place on the commercial side. They have never filled the commercial property on there. Is that a sign of the market, or is it a sign of the landlord asking too much? I don't know, but when you have a vacant property for over 4 years, it would be better to rent it for anything than just let it sit there forever. City Place, like I said, they closed off their balconies. 101 Dania, the houses in between. 945 South Federal, that's been for sale for years. The Grand Motel, like I said, it's a motel. It's something that we have to work on them. The Deluxe Motel, if it's 8 stories tall, will it capture more water? I'm not sure. In the Liggett Retail, developers have been looking to buy that for years from the family that's owned it. So it's not just like, hey, we're going to open this up. Now everybody's going to be motivated to sell. And we also, let's look after developers, right? Let's look after our friends, the developers. Is it easier for them to get the lots and then ask for an incentive or ask for a variance, or is it easier for them to do that land acquisition because we have to get to an acre of land in order to go up? So I'm not sure if that's even easier for the developer, because say there's 4 lots a developer really wants, he gets 3 of them, the last person is holding out, and then it's either he builds around them or he has to pay triple or quadruple the amount for that property. And it's just, it's a longer process. It takes a long time to add up that land acquisition. That's why I'm trying to get that this is going to take a lot longer than we think. And let's listen to the addresses of some of these residents that came up. Southeast 2nd Avenue, Southwest 3rd Avenue, 4th Street, Northeast 1st Ave, Southwest 14th Street, and the Northwest. Oh, Ralph, I think I had one more of the Northwest, please. I think it was the last one. and while he's pulling that up, let's also remember, who are we helping and who are we hurting? Everybody up here is pretty much an owner of property. So everybody that's going to come in next is just going to be a renter. The only owner is going to be the developer. And the developer certainly doesn't live in Dania Beach. So let's take that into consideration also. So no, there was one in Northwest Dania. It's fine, but in Northwest Dania, we're going we're going 2 blocks into single-family homes that have been there for generations, and then we're putting in 3 stories, just trying to push it up. I haven't heard, the few that I've heard from that community, we're certainly not in favor of it, especially some of the homeowners. Like I said, I see it, I live it, and I love it, all right? I don't even like our slogan, but I like saying that. And I talk to you residents. I have skin in the game too, okay? These decisions that we make are very impactful in the future. This is one of the biggest decisions that we will ever make as a city commission. Let's not just do a yes, no tonight. I think we should definitely take this back to the drawing board and modify it, because there's certainly some zoning in there that just, it doesn't conform. And I'm trying to show you the best way I could, but you know, that's what I was given to work with, and I'm a commissioner, right? And I had to zoom in on it, I had to take pictures of it and try and cut it out and show it to everybody. It's not easy. Our residents just get a big overall map. So when you really analyze it and narrow it down, I think there's some more modifications we have to make. Let's take our time. Let's show the residents that we listen to them, but we still want to see progress, okay? We're up here to work as a team. This commission has worked very well together. We're very respectful of each other. I just want to make this as a smart business decision for our city, and I don't want to hurt a long-term resident. I don't want to hurt someone who's owned their house for 40 years, and now all of a sudden they have a 7-story building next to their property line, and they go, oh, well, you know, look, it's a wedding cake. You know, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. So I appreciate the staff thinking into this. I think this should be looked at in certain areas. Certain areas you can go a little higher. I said that before, but certain areas, it's too impeding on current residents, current businesses, and it's invasion of privacy overall, I would say, on US 1. That's my biggest issue, would be invasion of privacy. And I know we're looking for some sort of bailout, but we are a resilient city. We have been really catching up with infrastructure. That's what I ran on. I ran on smart development also, and I ran on catching up our infrastructure with our recent growth. And we're doing that. We're definitely doing that with our police, with our fire, with our parks, with our infrastructure, our Southwest Drainage Project. It's happening. So let's not, you know, out-kick our coverage again. Let's not do it again. Now we're finally catching up to it. So I'm still happy to have open dialect, open conversation with the commission. I appreciate everybody's opinion here. I have nothing but respect for everyone here, especially our residents in the stands, you know, whether you're for or against this. And those are my comments, but I'm still open for healthy conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Jazz hands. We'll move on to Commissioner Llewellyn. And thank you for respecting the decorum. Commissioner Llewellyn.
Thank you, Mayor. So we've heard a lot tonight. Been hearing a lot for several weeks now. And I want to talk about what we're hearing publicly and what I think many of us, if not all of us, have heard privately from a lot of people as well. And Commissioner, I know you said you thought I was waiting so I could counter you. That's not what I'm doing. I want to make sure you know that. I do want to say one thing, though, that you mentioned, and you talked about City Place. I actually spent part of my 4th of July on the top floor of the parking garage over here to watch fireworks. Something that we do every year. We go to different higher places so we can see all over the place, not just right here. And we were overlooking City Place. And there were lots of people in their windows looking out at the fireworks. I didn't see any crime. I didn't see any drug deals. I didn't see any prostitution. I didn't smell any marijuana or anything in the neighborhood. There was somebody that went outside and was in the garage and was smoking, but there were people walking their dogs. There were people talking to each other. There wasn't any sort of crime in that area. People were just enjoying living in the city, in a beautiful new building that is low income, affordable housing, with a big mix of people, seniors who are on fixed incomes, that sort of thing. And it was not a bad thing. One of the big concerns that I keep hearing from people, and I've spoken to a lot of people. I've had a few people who know me really well because I've been up here now for 8 years. And they know that they can call me and they can talk to me, and I'm more than happy to sit down and have a conversation with them and explain things. When we went back a few years ago and we were trying to add additional RAC units, 4,000 additional units, and people were up in arms about that. I actually held my own little private meeting at my business at the time when we were closed and invited people to come in and ask their questions. And I explained my point of view and the facts about what it meant and what the changes were going to be. Something that I think everybody may be forgetting, when we requested the additional 4,000 units, which we did vote for and we did receive them, they did all of those studies. All the studies that everybody's worried about infrastructure, about water, about drainage, about traffic, about capacity. That was done by the city, the county, and the state. And they granted us the additional 4,000 units. So clearly, somebody thinks that we still have the capacity. It's not overdeveloped. There's still more space for it. There's still the ability to do this. And it doesn't mean that there's going to be 14-story buildings lined up and down US 1. It doesn't mean there's going to be 8-story buildings lined up and down US 1 where all the motels are. What it means is that there are options. That there are options for people to come to us and say, this is what we'd like to do here. They still have to go through the DRC. They still have to jump through all the hoops, do all the notifications, do all the community meetings, do all the things that you normally have to do. All of those studies that everybody's talking about, they all get done. And not just through us. The county does their own review as well. So it's not like it's just the city. This is something that is done very thoroughly, very deliberately. It's done in certain areas. It's not the entire US 1 corridor. It's only specific parcels. And if you look up and down US 1, it's not green space that's being replaced. It would be buildings that are already in existence that are empty, that are decrepit, that have criminal activity, that have problems with them. It's not creating a problem with green space. There are no mangroves that are being impacted. I heard that earlier tonight. I also heard people talking about the problems with crime if we add more people. And there was a comment made that when you add additional buildings like this, you're going to increase the crime. That just simply is not borne out by any study that's out there. It's just not. The problem is not the building. The problem is the types of building. So you have these motels that are down there. We've been hearing week after week from our BSO deputies, from our chief, from his sergeants, from a number of people about all of the arrests that are being made. Do you know that the operation that they did that involved the prostitution where they arrested 26 people? It was over 5 hours. 5 hours. That's because people know that if they want to engage in this activity, that's where they go. I personally don't want to live in a city where people think of it as the place to go for prostitution or the place to go to buy their drugs. It's not that's not the place that I want to live. I want to live in a city where I feel safe, where my residents, the people that I know, feel safe. We all received a text from a woman who was very upset, and I've talked to her before. She lives just off of US 1, and she has a house down the street from her that has been a problem for a long time. And I know that the police are aware of it, and they're doing what they can with it. Until you get rid of the actual problem that's attracting this type of activity, it's simply not going to go away. It would be wonderful to have a bunch of beautiful businesses that come in here and have people sitting outside and enjoying a restaurant or enjoying some music or doing something like that. But the bottom line is those businesses are not going to come here as long as US 1 is the way that it is. As long as we have these old buildings that are falling apart, these motels that are attracting criminal activity, they're just not going to come. And they haven't been coming. And that's why they haven't been coming. Not just now because of the economy, for years. For years. So understand that a lot of things need to be done. This is not a simple issue. And this is not a situation where the city staff just came up with this plan and gave it to us and said, this is what you need to do. They have been analyzing this situation for months, and came to us with some suggestions. I don't think anybody on this dais wants to just build a bunch of big buildings. I don't think anybody here really wants to do that. But we need options, and that's what this is. This is an option. These are options. That's all it is. We don't know if anyone's going to come in. We don't have projects ready to go where they're going to start building 14-story buildings. There's nothing like that happening right now. We don't know what's going to happen, but we need to have some opportunities in the event that we can do something about it. I wanted to talk a little bit about some other examples of some situations that have taken place in the past. I have a couple of residents that live in a building that's smack dab in between a bunch of these motels. They have, on a regular basis, they see drug deals taking place outside of windows in those motels, where somebody's reaching out a window, selling somebody drugs, and people are walking up and doing that. Thank goodness we have a proactive team from BSO that goes out there, and they're making these arrests and doing these operations. Those individuals are happy to see change happen there, that are actually living in the middle of this. There was another individual I was just told about who actually built a house about a block or so in from US 1 on the west side in the same general vicinity, and spent a lot of money, built the house, was living there with his family. Every time he'd go out to walk his dogs, he was finding used condoms on the ground. He was finding drug paraphernalia on the ground. He finally got sick of it, sold his house and moved. Spent a lot of money to build that house, sold the house and moved. Like I said, I think all of us have had conversations with people about this issue. And I think a lot of us have, we all have our own opinions. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Nothing wrong with that. But I have residents who I've known for many years now who disagree with my opinion on this. But they respect it, and they appreciate it, and they understand. And that's all I think we need to do, is just respect each other a little bit here and realize that there is more to this than what you are thinking. This is not a snap decision. This is not something that we're all just deciding to do because we all want to go and build all these giant buildings. That's not what this is about. We're trying to do what's best for the city. We're trying to do what's best for the residents who live here. We're going to have our budget discussions on August 4th. I encourage people to come listen to those, because I just looked at I looked briefly at what the plan is. We're cutting over $20 million from our budget, over $20 million. And there are projects, please stop speaking when we're speaking, thank you. There are projects that are needed, seriously needed, infrastructure projects that would be beneficial to this city, that would help the sustainability of the city, that we have to cut out. We cut one out at our last meeting. We had to cut it out because it was going to cost too much money, and we just can't do it right now. And we can get all the grants we want. We can try to go to Tallahassee. We can try to go to Washington. There was a drainage project that it was passed by the legislature, and the governor vetoed it. So a lot of this is going to come back to us, and we're going to have to pay this. You got to find the money somewhere. We're trying to figure out ways to do this. The analysis has been going on for a very long time. We're at that point. And with that, I know the mayor may want to have some comments as well, but I'm going to make a motion to approve item 12.1.
You already have a motion,
Thank you.
I believe,
Oh,
from
we
the
do?
Vice Mayor.
I'll second it. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to be very brief because I can read the room, and I've heard from all of you this evening, and I want to thank you all for being so passionate about this topic. This has been the #1 topic since I have been elected since 2020. It has not gone away. You have to understand that as elected officials, we have to balance. We have to balance what's best for the city and make sure that we are preparing and planning for the future growth of the city, what's best for the city, what we can handle as far as infrastructure. And then you have to understand that why the people elected you to be up here, because they elected you to make sure that you're representing their interests. And so sometimes that balance, it gets a little difficult sometimes because it's a difficult decision to balance. I'm not going to go into a whole thing. I will say that I do agree with Commissioner Ryan as far as having further conversation. Nobody wants the prostitution and the seediness and the drug dealers and putting our BSO officers in unnecessary danger. We don't want that. But I do believe that more conversation is necessary. I do believe that there can be some middle ground that can be found. I do appreciate that all of you have come out here and engaged and spoken. But at this time, we are going to take it to a vote. Elora.
Commissioner Llewellyn?
Hold on, I don't even find the button.
Yes.
Commissioner Romali?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
I implore the commission, please consider some of my suggestions. Please. No.
Vice Mayor Salvino?
Yes.
Mayor Davis?
No.
Mayor, the motion carries 3-2.
Thank you. We're going to take a break at this time. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. We'll resume at, a 13-minute break. We'll resume at 11:10. Thank you so much. Meeting suspended. 2 minutes and we will resume. 2 minutes to resume. Well, look at you guys all obedient and everything. I appreciate that. Everybody's ready to go. Let's move on with this. Thank you. Whew, I feel lighter already. Let us continue on with the meeting. Let's re-adjourn the meeting. And I believe that we are on item 9, bids and requests for proposals. 9.1. Eve, if you could please read item 9.1.
Yes, Mayor. A resolution of the City Commission approving the ranking of qualified firms pursuant to the RFP 25-30 for Human Resource Technology Consulting Services, authorizing the city manager to begin discussions and negotiations for an agreement with the top-ranked firm PeopleList. This is a human resource item. Linda, your light is on.
Your pen.
Good evening, Linda Gonzalez, Chief Human Resources Officer. So this is to replace, the beginning of the process to replace, we have a 14-year-old HRIS system, and to replace this, it's a very complex system with multiple components that require IT, finance, and human resources, but requires a high level of IT expertise, someone that is very knowledgeable of human resource information systems. And so the first step of this is to find the right consultant to lead through this implementation project, which would be approximately 12 to 18 months to go through. So we had a committee that had the 3 department representatives on it from IT, HR, and finance. We had 10 viable companies, another 9 that were excluded, so a lot of companies expressed interest, and we actually saw presentations, and the company that was selected, the PeopleList, to move forward, that's our recommendation with this vendor.
Commissioner Llewellyn.
I don't have any questions. I was going to make a motion to approve 9.1.
I have a motion from Commissioner Llewellyn. Do I have a second?
Yes, Mayor, second.
All in favor say aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 9.1 passes unanimously. Thank you, Commission. Item 10, quasi judicial. There are no public hearing items or quasi judicial. Item 11. Item 11, we have first reading ordinances. Item 11.1. Eve, if you would please read item 11.1.
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the City Commission to amend Chapter 28 entitled Land Development Code to amend Article 811 Public Art Program at Section 81120 entitled Definitions to further clarify the definition of public art and modifying Section 811-130 Public Art Advisory Board to remove the Commission liaison position and require Commission authorization for Art Board projects, providing for conflicts, codification, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by Commissioner Llewellyn. I prepared the memo, so let me just briefly tell you what the three edits are. Our current definition of public art talks about being viewable from the right-of-way. We added to also be viewable from public parks or public property. So that's just a clarification. It doesn't just have to be from the right-of-way. The second edit is that currently developers who pay into the fund can bring a project forward to the art board for review, as well as anybody who has a mural. And of course, any plan that is part of the plan of the city for public art. Anybody else who wants to bring a project before the art board needs to come to the commission first to give that authorization to go to the board. So that's the change. That authorization for third persons to go to the art board needs to come to the commission first. And the last edit is to remove the art board liaison. I don't know if the commissioner has any other comments she'd like to make.
Thank you for the clarification, Commissioner Llewellyn.
Yeah, just basically when we initially put this together, there were some, we've seen some things that have happened over time that have needed some changes, just some clarifications on some things. And as far as the liaison aspect of it, that has more to do with being consistent across the board. None of our advisory boards have a commission liaison. And it's not something, it may have been something that might have been helpful in the beginning, but at this point, I don't really think that it's something that's necessary any longer. And it's really something to be more consistent, to make this more of an advisory board and not give the appearance that there might be somebody else who is giving input onto things without the rest of the commission. So.
Do you have any comments from the rest of the commission? Vice Mayor?
So, entitlement to remove the commission. So the commission liaison is that, I didn't, okay, so we have somebody on the committee, is that you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it's commissioner liaison position by the city commission authorizing for the art board, yep. Okay, I understand what it is now a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we're involved in any kind of a board, period. I mean, we got our job to do up here as it is. I don't see any, anybody else can comment. I mean, I don't think it makes a big difference one way or the other, but I think that we should allow it to be without, like we should have somebody on the art board that should be the liaison, not a commission. We shouldn't be involved in any of that stuff. And I didn't even realize it, but that's how.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'm done. Good, that's good.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Romoli.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm a little confused about why that was the case from the beginning, but I wasn't on the dais at that time. But when I was elected, I was a current member of the Housing Authority, and I loved what I was doing and the work that we were doing in the Housing Authority. And I was told that I could not be on that anymore since I became a commissioner. And the reasons were that I could provide undue influence to their decision-making and have that perspective. So I think in fairness, I mean, I know the mayor has done an amazing job being a liaison there, but I'm concerned that if we set this precedent for I think it just creates something that's not normal in the way we do our business. And I think that each board should be independent from this commission and be able to feel comfortable in bringing up issues and questions and discussions without this oversight, if you will. So I'm not sure how and why it was that way, but I think that it's probably time that we kind of make a change on that.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, so then what we will do is I want to ask the questions because the intent of the Public Art Advisory Board from its inception in 2019 was for it not to function as any other board. Part of the Public Art Plan that was developed by staff and consultant Leslie Fordham was unanimously adopted by this commission or the previous commission in order to have a board that did not have the same makeup, did not have the same function. No other board has a fund or a budget. No other board has specific criteria that they have to have expertise in their particular subject area. Most of the other boards can be from Broward County or Dade. Not Dade, but they can be from all the other boards have to be Dania Beach residents. I just would like to point out that as the commission liaison, the love mural that you see on the beach, that beautiful, gorgeous mural that was brought because of my relationships that I have in Broward County with the community development, with the Community Foundation of Broward Business for the Arts, FPL, and several other partners, BBX. When you are an elected official, you have the opportunity, as I have for the Florida Association of Public Art Professionals, you have the ability to build relationships. One of the items that I brought before the board was the idea to go to the Public Art Board and propose, let's say, we want to have, instead of bringing a call to artists for every single board, that we go out and we have the artists to look at the city as the canvas and let them come back. And I brought that to the board. And then the board said, and I brought that to the staff, the board said, let's approve that. And that was in 2024. And the staff and the board and our public art consultant who actually helped to build that program, that became the Creative Visions Project. That project is now part of the Mosaic, where all the community came in, and that was a result of putting something on the agenda, not undue influencing. And the other thing is that when you have relationships and you're able to build relationships in Broward County and different art projects come, you're able to have those relationships and bring new ideas back to the board. Having undue influence, my issue with this particular item is that it did not go to the Public Art Advisory Board at all for any consultation. No decisions about us without us. You should have simply included the Public Art Advisory Board. So that's just common courtesy, that you go to the people who you're talking about making changes from and to, and you get their input and you have their say. And if they say whatever, then you implement that. This is not personal for me because I am able to see the amazing award-winning art public art throughout this entire city. And I know that I was a part of that. I know I did not influence that. I do not vote on that board. The Public Art Advisory Board votes, and they make the decision, and I do not weigh in on tell them, oh, I think you better vote for this or better vote for that. I do think the position itself is important, and even Commissioner Romoli, I thought that you would be a better next commission liaison for this board. I have plenty of meetings, I have plenty of positions, I don't need to go to another meeting, but I think it's important to have a representative to be able to pass those relationships along to the board and to be able to have that relationship and be able to bring new things back. So I think it has been, and I think if you actually went to a board meeting instead of talking to a planning and zoning board about the art board and not to the art board itself, you would understand what that importance is. I'm happy to pass the baton. I have plenty on my plate. This is not about me, and I think that it's time. But I want to hear from our staff why that position was created in the first place and why that position was, why they thought that the commission liaison position would be necessary for this board. So if we could have somebody from staff say why that was the makeup for this in the first place.
I did get the plan for the mayor and for Commissioner Llewellyn and the minutes. The plan has it in there, and
I'm asking staff.
I thought I was staff too.
No,
Sorry.
I'm talking about the either community development. Thank you. You're a charter officer, not staff.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Like somebody said, the public art plan was created with a consultant through in a partnership with Broward County. Leslie Fordham was our expert moving forward with that, and that was a recommendation that came forward during that process, and it was built into the plan that way. It was the recommendation at the
It was from
county staff at that time.
A county expert in art.
Yes.
Correct. So that was the best practice from the county. And Corinne, hold on. Can you see, has there been any complaints from the art board about the commission liaison position?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so that whenever you make a change to something, it should be to improve. If you're going to improve with the change to the ordinance, then yes, let's make the change. If there have been complaints, if it's been shown not to work, then please make the change. But there is no evidence of change. Nobody who's making this proposition has ever even been to an advisory board. Please visit the Public Art Advisory Board before you make a decision about the Public Art Advisory Board. That's just common courtesy and respect for the board that is currently existing. So do whatever you like. I mean, I can look around the city and feel quite proud of everything that we're doing and that we're currently doing, and I can't wait to see the mosaic that's going to be in the fountain. But have respect for the boards that we elect and go to them and have at least a conversation with them before you make a decision about them. Thank you very much. And with that, I am done. We can take it to a vote and keep it moving. Oh, I didn't see you.
Again, thank you. So, Mayor, yes, you've done some excellent work and you've made some very good recommendations, and I do appreciate that. But there are two things here that I think, and I think this is not personal. This is just being consistent with the way that we do things and with all of our boards. We are the ones who make the decisions as to the board makeup. We are the ones who make the decisions for all of our advisory boards. So it's not a matter of going to those boards and asking what they want to do. It's a matter of us making the decisions as to how we want to handle it. The problem is, I would love to go to a public art board meeting, but you're the liaison. And so if I go, I have concerns that there's a potential of violating sunshine. So I am not going to go to a board where there is a liaison who is speaking their mind and giving opinions about things. And I don't know if anybody else feels the same way, but I am a rule follower. I am very cautious of these things, and it's something that concerns me. Now, I go to lots of board meetings. I go to planning and zoning every so often. I go to Parks and Rec. I've been to Marine Advisory. I've gone to several of them. And I go when, for example, when I sponsor something. But it's not, I'm not getting up and speaking. I am not saying anything while I'm there to make recommendations for things that they are then going to vote on, and then it's then going to come back to us, and we're going to vote on it. So this is the same thing. It kind of precludes the rest of us from even attending these meetings. So that's the part of the reason. And I have looked at the minutes. I went through and read all of the minutes, and there are a couple of places where I was uncomfortable in some of the things that I read. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve. If I get a second, great. And we can go from there.
Okay, Commissioner Romoli?
Well, I mean, I will second it also because I think I still feel the same way I did when I first took this job about the boards that I was on, and I understand why, even though I still feel like I can recommend things, and you obviously have made huge inroads to our county and other cities, and can still make those recommendations. And I think you've given this board the guidance they needed to start without question. I just think that it's now time to let the small little bird fly away and be on their own. Because the other thing that concerns me, Mayor, is, and I don't know if it's a concern, but you were so heavily involved with arts, which really made this happen, and we thank you for that. But the next person that takes over that position may not be. And I'm just concerned that they won't have the same kind of ideas and thoughts that maybe you had going into it. But I remember from day one when I was elected, the first thing I asked is, can I stay on the board? Can I stay on the Housing Authority Board? It's the first thing I asked.
Yeah.
And I was told no, I couldn't. And also, I think the pension board I was on, which I really enjoyed being on with Corinne and the folks. But anyhow, I'm making the second. And again, it's not personal. I just think we just need to be more consistent across the boards. And I know what you're saying about the budget. There is a budget there, but we also had one at the Housing Authority as well. And we oversaw their whole financial picture there as well. And which is one of the reasons why we shouldn't have been involved or not involved. But anyhow, that's just the way I see it. So I'm making the second.
Okay. So if you want to disregard the public art, the county experts, that's fine. Well, yeah. Yeah, well, we can move forward with this. And like I said, I'm good. Can we have a motion? We have a second. We'll call it to a vote.
Commissioner Lamont?
Yes.
Commissioner Romoli?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
As is? No.
Vice Mayor Salvino?
Yes.
Mayor Davis?
No.
Yeah, the motion carries 3-2.
Thank you. Moving on to the next ordinance is 11.2. Eve, if you could please read 11.2.
Bear with me, it's a long one. An ordinance of the city of Dania Beach amending certain provisions of Chapter 28 LDC of the, in order to clean up and update various provisions of the code, including 2, 1, amend Part 1, Use Regulations, Article 105, Use Regulations for Residential and Open Space Zoning Districts, at Section 105-220, PRD 1 District Supplemental Regulations, to amend site plan requirements for accessory structures in PRD 1. 2, to amend Article 110, Use Regulations for Commercial and Mixed-Use Districts, at Section 11050, Proximity of Alcoholic Beverage Establishments to other establishments and uses, to require city commission authorization of distance requirements for all alcohol establishments in all zoning districts. 3, to amend Part 2, site development regulations at Article 265, off-street parking requirements at Section 26550, off-street parking required, on-street parking credit, to amend the CRA form-based code parking credit requirements, and to amend Section 265-100, design standards for residential parking spaces utilizing individual driveways or backup parking to correct a scrivener's error. 4, to amend Article 275 landscape requirements at Section 275-90, perimeter buffer landscape requirements for vehicular use. Perimeter buffer landscape requirements for the use to eliminate landscaping requirements for city center. 5, to amend Part 3, Special Zoning District Subpart 1 CRA Form-Based Zoning Code at Section 30220, Conditions of Use, to modify the two-family duplex dwellings minimum size standards and to clarify a provision relating to pet store supply stores. 6, to amend Article 303, District Development Standards at Section 350 for the neighborhood mixed use district to eliminate specific street references, amending Section 30390, the neighborhood residential district, to amend duplex lot dimensions and correcting the article reference for architectural design standards. 7, to amend Part 6, development review procedures and requirements, Article 610, public hearing notices at Section 61015, community outreach, to require the outreach to be held no more than 60 days prior to the public hearing. 8, to amend Article 635, site plans at Section 63540, supplemental application requirements to require electronic filing of plans. 9, to amend Article 655, vacations of right-of-way, Section 65530, application processing, to eliminate the requirements for replatting when vacating a right-of-way. And 10, to amend Part 8, technical appendix, Article 830, tree abuse, Section 83040, definitions, to remove reference to the city's land development technical manual, providing for conflicts, codification, severability, community development item. And Alora, anytime you want to take over this job, you let me know.
Good evening, Viviana Batista, Planning and Zoning Manager. And before you tonight, it's a big zoning text amendment for code cleanup. So the request before you tonight is to adopt several text amendments to the City Code of Ordinances and the Land Development Code. And again, as the staff continues to find things to improve, to make better, scrivener's errors, inaccuracies, and vague information that will make it better for code interpretation. So bear with me. The following text amendments are unified in the Land Development Code, and these are the changes proposed. So the first one is for the PRD1 District Supplemental Regulations, is to clarify setbacks for accessory structures. As of now, the code is silent. Number 2, for proximity of alcoholic beverage establishments, this amendment will change regulations to restaurants to no longer meet the distance separation requirement citywide, whereas before it was only for Regional Activity Center, applicable to restaurants located in the Regional Activity Center. 3 is for off-street parking requirement, is just to clarify requirements for the uses within the RAC form-based code, where before it used to be silent, so it's only for clarification. Number 4 is design standards for residential parking spaces. This is to amend, again, scrivener's error on pavement material. 5 is for perimeter buffer landscape requirements for vehicular uses areas within the city center. There were 2 code sections, Code Section 30710 and Code Section 27590, that were conflicting with each other. So we were just creating clarity for interpretation purposes. Number 6 is for conditions of use. This amendment will provide better description for kennel use. And in addition, the regulations for minimum sizes on lots required for duplex use are more compatible with the sizes within the neighborhood residential only zoning district. Number 7 is for the neighborhood mixed use district. Neighborhood mixed use district, I'm sorry, it's late. This amendment will eliminate specific street naming, whereas will create a border opportunity for applying neighboring scale development. Number 8 is for a neighborhood residential text amendment, which will change the minimum lot requirements. As of now, our code requires a minimum of 8,000 square feet for duplexes, and we are now changing that to 6,000 square feet, and it will be consistent with Section 30220, the one that previously explained, allowing duplexes only on neighborhood residential districts. 9 is community outreach. This amendment will required to be conducted for community outreach meetings to be conducted no more than 60 days before the public hearing. So the previous language was silent about the length of time before the item coming before you, and now we're giving it a time frame. Number 10 is for supplemental application requirements. This was for, again, to update language in our code, because as of now, it says that they should submit in paper when we've been receiving electronic submittals since the pandemic. 11 is for application processing. We're cleaning up code and updating it based on state law changes effective on July 1st, 2025. And 12, it's for definitions referencing the city landscape text, technical manual, duplication, and cleaning up the code. So staff, based on the analysis, these changes proposed are aligned with comprehensive plan objectives of maintaining land development regulations, zoning ordinances, and other administrations implementing comprehensive plan and provide adequate and applicable guidance. And these ordinance requires 2 public hearings. This is the first one before commission. And the previous action, this item was heard by the Planning and Zoning Board on June 17th, and they recommended approval unanimously. And staff is recommending approval tonight. And if you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you, Viviana. Vice Mayor?
Before we need to open the public hearing on this one.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. And now, do we have a motion or comment from the commission? Commissioner Ryan.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. For the community facilities section, section B, what is it, item 10? When it talks about stacking spaces, may be substituted for package spaces up to 10 spaces or 25% of the package required. Can you clarify that for me?
I'm sorry, item, what?
It's under community facilities. It's on page 6 of the ordinance of what we're changing. Here, I got it. I'll give it to you. Here you go. It's right there. You see stacking.
It's near the end of the page under 10.
Okay, so this is for the use for daycare preschool? For packages?
Yeah, it's community
10
facilities.
spaces, 25% of the, okay. So what's the,
That's what I'm asking. I'm just asking for clarification on that. I wasn't sure when I was going through it. Stacking spaces?
It's not packing, it's parking. In other words, you can get like a valet and you can stack spaces one after the other so you don't have the room in between versus a regular parking space with the lines and 10 by 14. And
So for
the driveway.
daycares, you don't need the lines. Is that that's what it is?
It's not just lines, you don't have the driveway or anything else. You could stack on top of each other. At least that's how I understand it.
Show me.
Like in New York City?
No, stacking spaces, for daycare preschool, that's intended for I don't want to say drive-through for your kids, but the drive-through, the lane, the queuing lane. So it's stacking. If you have space to stack a number of vehicles, then that's substituting for the surface parking. Because people, instead of parking your car, getting out of the car.
So
going into
stacking
the
is like
facility,
they're moving in a line?
Right.
Is that what it, okay,
It's
so
a
it's like
queuing.
carpool basically?
Mhm,
That's what
yes.
stacking is?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Now I know, huh? For the special zoning districts, when it comes to the duplex, I know we went over this. But why do we make it a minimum 6,000 square feet? Is it, and you can't do it in an existing single-family home, right? It has to be zoned for residential income already?
no, actually, that's our standard size for lots for single-family homes. But for duplexes, it requires 8,000 as of now. So what we're doing is removing that requirement of 8,000 for duplexes and allowing the existing size of lots, we have a 6,000 to allow them for duplexes.
Okay, and you can't change a single-family dwelling to a duplex. You're not allowed to convert it. That's what you guys put in there, right? But we could do an ADU in the backyard?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
long time ago, the intent was if a duplex is allowed, they didn't want you to convert a single-family home to allow 2 units. They didn't want you to throw up walls or convert a garage, and now it's a duplex because it's
Yeah.
2 units. When a duplex was allowed, they wanted it to be a new construction so that it was 2 like equal-sized units and you could accommodate the parking because you started brand new. So that was the intent of not converting a single-family home, but having a new construction as a duplex. It was
Okay.
for that intent. And you're right, a regular single-family home, you can throw up an ADU, an accessory dwelling unit. We made that amendment, 6, 8 months ago?
Yeah, I remember.
Yes.
And what was the minimum square foot for that? If you don't know it, it's okay, but
Is it 500 is the minimum?
it has to be 500 square feet, but is there a minimum size lot for that?
No.
No?
No, it's just your residential lots.
setbacks.
The single-family zoning, yep.
Okay. And then for the community outreach meeting that we changed for the community outreach, we just added this, that it should occur no more than 60 days prior to the scheduled public hearing.
Correct.
Before it just was nothing. We didn't
Before,
have
we
a
didn't
minimum.
have any time frame for the public outreach. It was, they can conduct it, and 6 months down the road, they can have the item presented to you at
Okay.
commission. So we're trying to make it as fresh as possible to the community outreach to bring it forward for commission.
All right, and yep, one more with the site plans. So, well, I might have 2 more actually. So with the site plans, you're taking away that they have to have an overall size of site plans of 24 by 36 inches because it's just purely electronic now? Because before they had to actually bring in the site plan and you
Correct.
guys had to sit at the table and go over it together. Wouldn't you say that was more productive to go over with,
Well,
the
the
person who's
submittals
doing the
have
plan?
happened electronically, and they still have to meet the regulations as of, the plans have to be signed and sealed by architects and professional engineers and so on, and they just upload it to the platform where everybody has access to the plans.
Is that easier for you guys, or did you think the old way was a little?
It's more efficient when
It's
we're.
efficient, but
Yes.
is it more transparent? That's.
It is, because everybody will have access to that information. It's public record.
But I'm saying that makes it. Now, no one has to come in here and actually produce those plans and go over them with you guys, right?
No.
No, you just look it all online, and then it's like electronic approval now. Basically, is that what this is? It's like site plan
Well,
electronic
they will
approval.
still have to go through the DRC process. They will still have to be reviewed by all the disciplines. And once the item is approved, they upload the final version of the approved set by all the disciplines.
Okay, all right, and then the last one with vacations right away. Why do we change it where it shall be vacated or abandoned except by a new plat submitted?
Because the code requires that every time you do a vacation of right-of-way, you have to do a waiver of replat. But because of the state statute being effective July 1st of last year,
This is
we're
a change
cleaning up
because of the new state statute.
Yeah, we're meeting the state statute.
All right,
Mm-hmm,
thanks for answering my questions.
sure.
With that, oh, well, yeah, go ahead.
Vice Mayor.
I just have a quick question on the duplexes, because I'm still a little confused. You dropped from 8,000 to 6,000 square feet, which the lot size has still got to be, 60 feet wide?
Yes.
So it's
The
60.
minimum is
what-
6,000, yeah, 60 by
60
100.
feet's the minimum of so that'd be 60 by 100.
Mhm.
Okay. And anybody are we allowed the residential, is that, because it is a residential, even though it's a duplex, are you allowed to mix that in between houses, duplexes between houses? Or is it section, can I have a house and then a duplex and a house and duplex? Does that make more? You can.
Yes.
So we're allowing duplexes to be built in the middle of residential
Neighborhood
basic
residential.
resident, because that had stopped for a while, didn't it? Where we could do that?
I'm going to try not to confuse you more.
Okay.
This amendment for the duplex is only for the neighborhood residential zoning district. So that's a specific district where we're allowing duplexes on 60-foot wide lots.
Right.
yes, a single-family home could be next door to a duplex
Okay.
in that district.
So what we're doing then is we're turning rental property into standard single-family home residence.
Yes, I guess essentially, but it was a way to increase density just slightly without doing a significant intensification. And utilizing the sizes that already exist in that district.
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to do with the lot size. You're trying to do that. It's just a little. And so if somebody has a house, I think he brought it up. I didn't quite understand it. If somebody has a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, they want to add a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. Add in addition to that, then they could turn it into a duplex at that point.
No, they could not, unless they knock down their house and they build a brand-new duplex. But like Commissioner Ryan said, if they wanted an additional unit, they can add an accessory dwelling unit in the back.
I thought.
And that's the way they could get.
Okay, back in the day, I remember that additional unit had to be attached to the house to make considered a duplex. It couldn't be a separate dwelling.
An ADU can be separate.
Okay.
A duplex generally, yes, is attached, but that's why we ask for new construction.
Okay. All right. Well, I understand. I think I understand where you're coming from. I think we're mixing up a residential neighborhood now. I think it's gonna take some of the homes that are out there that are single family and depreciate their homes by putting in a rental units in between them.
So I just want to clarify, this is not in a single family, we're not making this change in single family residential zoning. We're not making this change in RD 8000 zoning. This is only for the residential, neighborhood residential zoning district, which is pretty specific. There's some areas along Pippin Road, and there's some areas in the northwest.
Okay.
It's limited to those kinds of areas.
I just want to clarify that. Thank you. Make a motion to pass item 11.2.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Llewellyn.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. All right, item 11.2 passes unanimously. And let's move on to item 13. Point 1, public art application for the mural at Cup Can Kava and Coffee Bar located at 110 Northwest 1st Street.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Shanisa Miranda, Permit Office Supervisor. The item before you tonight is a request associated with Cup Can Kava Coffee Bar located at 110 Northwest 1st Street for the installation of exterior artwork located within the city's arts and entertainment districts. A little bit about the artist. Valerie M. is an experienced artist whose work spans public murals and art districts across the country, including Los Angeles, Wynwood, Chicago, and Dallas. Through both the public and institutional settings, the artist explores the intersection between street culture and contemporary arts. The mural is proposed on the south wall of the building fronting Northwest 1st Street. The intent of the art is to enhance the visual character of the area, celebrating the connection to the community and reflect the culture, history, and community engagement Cup Can Kava has established within the city. It should be noted that the mural is located on private property and will be funded and maintained at the applicant's expense. On June 15, 2026, the Public Art Advisory Board unanimously approved the proposed mural application, and the department is recommending City Commission's approval. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Shanisa. Commissioner Romoli.
Thank you, Mayor. The question I have, and I don't remember if I had the answer to this at one point, but at what point do we require or that we can come forward to a property owner to say your mural is not being maintained? Do we have anything in the provision that says that there's a...
Yes.
Okay, please explain the process.
So, the applicant has demonstrated that the mural is going to be visibly accessible to the public, and they will be using material for longevity and durability. The painting, will be on a surface in a structure that is stable and ready for painting, and they will use an approved graffiti UV coating on the finished mural that provides resistance and vandalism to the weather as well.
So, but you're saying that, so it's never gonna, it's not destructible then? Is that what we're saying? Because I want to know, everything's destructible. I just want to know, what do we have in place that can manage that process, that look?
So specifically, particularly the art installations that have gone through the Public Art Advisory Board, our public art consultant has also reviewed and ensured that the maintenance plan for each piece has been provided, and there's an annual a review of our public art maintenance.
Okay.
I know for the city's owned public art installations, and so there's a maintenance or a monitoring
Right.
in place with these.
And I'm not concerned about ours, the city,
Right.
because I know we'll take care of it.
Right.
But how can we enforce them to take care of it?
Well, that'd be through code enforcement if we find
Okay,
significant
so it could be a code
fading or
violation,
something along those
basically.
lines. Right. We have a maintenance plan to go back on and
Okay.
ask them to maintain it.
Okay, so you're comfortable with that process? Gotcha. I'm comfortable then. Thank you.
Okay. Did we have a motion on that? Okay.
But you can make
Commissioner Llewellyn?
Yes, just, so that mural, it's gonna be like black and white?
It is a graffiti style black and white, yes.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you. Go make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second? Anybody? Somebody? Second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. All right. It passes unanimously. Item 14, appointments. Next, we have 14.1, advisory board appointments. Housing Authority, Mayor Davis, no. General Employee Pension Board, commission appointment. Education Advisory Board, Green Advisory Board, Marine Advisory Board, Parks and Recreation and Community Affairs Board, Public Art Advisory Board, one Dania Beach resident, one county resident. So I do believe we had a couple of applications on that. Elora, if you could expand on that a little bit before we move forward.
Yes, so these alternates are here because of the ordinance that recently passed. So that's why you have now alternates for your boards. There are applications on the dais for you of the two that we have received so far. But if you have anybody else that may not have put in an interest form, that you have somebody in mind, we'll take it.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that when people submit these forms and show an interest, I think that's very important because we struggle sometimes to find appointments, and when people come up like that and they want to show it, I think we should absolutely grab onto it as long as they're not criminals, which I don't think they are. And I think at that point, there's two, they both want the same thing, either or, one of each. They're both lined up, so maybe just flip a coin and put heads or tails on one, and then put the other one on the other board and go from there. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
Well,
oh, sorry.
I mean, we can't really literally flip a coin. I would need one to go one and one to go the other way. I'm not gonna make the call.
Hold on, Vice Mayor. Let me put you back on. Go ahead.
All right, since the first one was just handed to me in this order, I don't know what date they came in on, but just pick Corrine Dadbatty. And I just put her on the Educational Advisory Board, and I'd put the other one, and I would put Olga Largan on the Parks and Recreation Board.
Thank you, Vice
my
Mayor.
motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Commissioner Llewellyn.
Second, I also have a suggestion for something else. We had a list of people that previously applied for Public Art Board, and there was criteria and everything that was followed, and they were noted in order for the Public Art Advisory Board. Why don't we just pick the next two that were most qualified as alternates?
Why don't we bring it to you at the next meeting, that, because they don't have the list with them, and also we have to make sure they still qualify, like if they're around, they're still in Broward County, whatever.
Okay, but that would be my suggestion. Otherwise, I'll second the motion for the two individuals here.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. All right. Those board positions passed unanimously. We're good to go. Thank you, Elora. Now we're on to commission comments, and we will begin with Commissioner Llewellyn.
So I had some things that I wanted to say tonight, but all the people that really need to hear it aren't here anymore since they all left. But I will say it, just for anybody that might be listening or might watch it later, and also for everybody here. I think we need to strongly encourage some of our residents who, when they have concerns about some items that we're voting on and things like that, or if they see something on social media, instead of making the situation worse and riling people up, it might be better if they actually point them to the right person to speak with. I'll give an example. We all got an email from somebody who was here earlier tonight on Sunday about a complaint that she saw on social media from a resident about garbage in somebody's yard the day after the 250th anniversary of the country, and wanted it handled immediately. Something like that could be, instead of contacting us that way, maybe let that person know that she saw, who she was communicating with, that they should be contacting us and contacting the city or code to complain about it, or give them our numbers and let us know. I think most of us get these calls and we pass the information along to where we need to pass it along to. The back and forth on social media is just getting out of control, and people just making assumptions about things. And we saw what happened tonight. You had a lot of people that had information that was not necessarily complete. And there was a lot of division, and, you know, I felt bad for the people that were getting up to speak in favor of the item, because it was making them uncomfortable, clearly. And, you know, I know we don't want to encourage bullying, and I'd like to not see that happen. So I know I personally am going to reach out to a few people and talk to them about this. I would hope that others would as well. And if anybody's listening that was here earlier, I hope that they will think about that for future communications. And with that, I am looking forward to having a few weeks off. And I think I have 5 meetings left. And I still have a few things that I want to see if we can pass. And with that, enjoy your summer break. Thank you.
Commissioner Romoli.
I'm talked out.
Thank God.
However, I do want to just, hopefully, if someone listens to this sometime, I just want to thank the residents at Estates of Fort Lauderdale for the invitation to come out and join them for their 4th of July. It was amazing, as always. They do a great job. And also the Post 304, where Commissioner Ryan got a nice award. It was nice to be there to see that. You were unexpected, right? Yeah, very, very nice, though. And great people there. So everybody have a wonderful time off, if you do get time off, whoever's getting time off. And thank you. Good night.
Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is definitely a big meeting. One of the biggest ones I've been a part of. This is like part of the whole reason why I ran. Congratulations to the prevailing party. I know that we're having a long summer break. I just hope someone in the prevailing party could think about some of those suggestions I made. Maybe bring them back if possible. You know, I'm silent on it now because I lost. So, but I could still talk to you guys about it on the dais. And I thought I brought up some pretty good points on some of those single-family lots. And I just hope you guys would kind of take it into consideration. I know you just heard 1,000 people speak against you, so you know you don't want to hear anything I had to say. So that just I had some points in it that I think are just very important that we should maybe go over again. But I just hope the prevailing party can consider that over our long break while you're drinking margaritas by the poolside. So I hope everybody enjoyed the 4th of July. I'm happy that we had a safe 4th of July in the city. And look forward to the staff enjoying their break. Well, I know the staff doesn't really have that much of a break, but at least you don't have to deal with us as much. All right. So thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Vice Mayor.
I'm tired. I can't wait for our break. I have to tell you that tonight's meeting was a sad example of some of the way that some of the people acted, and it frustrated me to the point where I feel a little bit taken back by how things happen. I understand frustration, and I need to vent this out because I look at people turning on other people that were in favor of this. They were turning on them, and it's just, when we vocalize our opinions, it's just an opinion. We should just sit back and do it. A lot of them didn't obey the mayor's decorum policy. It was out of control, a lot of disrespect, and it's a sad situation. It makes me feel sad for our residents that were here, that were complying to that rule. But, I feel like I needed to say it. I just feel like we can do a better job, whether you like what we do up here as a group or you don't. It's still being polite, being respectful to everybody. And our mayor tries to hold a good meeting and tries to ask you over and over, and it just doesn't get done. But anyhow, I need this 7-week vacation because I feel tonight wore me down. I'm just not used to that type of action. But everybody have a great 7 weeks. I hope you enjoy your trips, vacations, wherever you're going. And let's move the city forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a different opinion on that as well. I am very proud for the amount of people that were in this room and the passion and how controversial this development topic was. You had a few people who could not keep it together. At the end of the day, it is my discretion of what I believe is disrespectful. I'm not going to kick out 20 people or 10 people or 5 people for clapping. I believe that, if it's disrespectful, shouting out, that is my discretion. And so I am proud of the residents overall, because most of them did do the jazz hands. Most of them did follow the directives. And you're always going to have a few people who don't follow the rules. You're always going to have people who, put in personal attacks, because that's just who they are. At the end of the day, I believe this was a healthy discussion, and I was glad to see that there were so many residents passionate about this project, about the development in our city. I want to thank our staff for the amount of work that they put into it, because it does take a lot of work. And I just, and they did. That's how they were doing. They made it. They made their hand gestures, and they were adamant about it. So I'm proud of those people, because that's what I asked them to do, and that's what they did. So I like to see passion from our residents. I like when they disagree, and they can do it respectfully. You're always going to have 1 or 2 bad apples, but overall, I'm very proud of our residents, and they know who has their back. So at the end of the day, I also want to say thank you to the Lions Club, who joined me for the beach cleanup video that I think will be released soon here and there. They all came out, and thank marketing and thank my wonderful Parks and Recreation team, Cassie and Ashley, who just come and they bring positive energy to the set and make it really great. So with that, I want to remind the residents that we will have our back to school, back to service beach cleanup on July the 30th. And I would love for everybody to all come out. We are getting a great response for that, and we want to keep Dania Beach pristine. I also did have the historic opportunity through the U.S. Conference of Mayors to be invited to the America's Birthplace in Philadelphia for the 250th anniversary, and do a march and go down Independence Hall and really think about why this is called the United States of America, because unity is the most important. You can disagree, you can not have the same opinion, but at the end of the day, let us all be respectful. Let us all come and understand that that is what it's all about. Being able to agree to disagree and still be professional, still be respectful, and still move forward. Because at the end of the day, we all want Dania Beach to be the best that it can possibly be. So I want to thank everyone, and I want you to have an amazing summer break. Thank you, and good night.
I didn't see it.
Good night, Mayor.
Have a good